Hang on 1 second. I'm here, guys. Hey, how's it going? Welcome to Tournament Fights. This is episode number 11 of Tournament Fights Versus. So we've only done 11 of these versus where it's a 1-versus-1. So we got as you can see from the thumbnail, we got A24 versus Neon to round out Oscar month here. And I am your host. I'm Jordan the Movie Hero Anderson, or I say Jordan No Likey Anderson, because these are not movies that I love. This is kind of like welcome to the not Jordan tournament tonight. not the movie hero. I call myself the movie hero, but I'm like hit and miss on these A24 movies. Sometimes I really do love some of these, but some of them not at all. So it'll be interesting because we have people here who are on the panel that have seen most of these and like the majority of them. So that'll be fun. So we'll go ahead and we'll introduce our panel for tonight. We'll start with my co-host, Austin Pez Howell. How's it going?
Yeah, I think there's at least 20 movies on here you genuinely like, Jordan. Looking over the
there probably is.
I think there's movies on here you could actually advocate for and like, and then because there were some movies they made before they got really really artsy that I think are pretty good. But yeah, I've seen more than I thought I would when I was making the bracket. Probably in the upper 40s range or something, so that's not too bad. Right. I think there might be some opening matches that maybe aren't terribly difficult or some movies we haven't seen. But I think once we get into the inner brackets, we're going to have some of the hardest matchups we've ever had ever. I'm predicting that.
Yeah,
I'm just putting that out there.
It might be because for me there might be like a solid if we have a Sweet 16, that there might be about 16 movies that I really advocate, and the rest I just don't like really or haven't seen.
I'm just predicting there's going to be some movies that don't make the Elite Eight that we're going to go, oh, that's not good. They did make
oh boy, so yeah. Well, we'll bring in the person who helped us make this match, who's seen most of these, Michael Wolfman Wyndham. How's it going?
What's going on? Yeah, this was a match made for me. I was going through these, and I was being like, oh, what are some of my favorites? And I definitely did research on the episode of what were the most popular, what were the Oscar nominated ones, what were this and that and stuff like that. And then there were some deep cuts in here too, just to kind of balance it out. But it was really hard, especially on the A24 side, because they have so many movies, and to pick 32 of theirs, and then 32 of Neon was a little easier, but 32 of A24 was really hard to pick from. So I think it's going to be definitely, I think the ones I picked are going to make it definitely an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, well, A24, they had a huge year. They're setting Oscar records and everything this year. So for the most nominated studios and stuff. So it'll be interesting.
And they're both my favorite studios of all time. So hey.
Yeah. So we'll bring in Mr. Ross Bristow. How's it going, Ross? And you're muted,
Ross. Ross, you're muted.
Sorry, yeah.
Don't pull Malcolm.
I've seen a lot of these too. And in fact, if how A24 actually has 2 Best Picture wins to Neon's none. In 2021, Neon should have had a Best Picture winner, and we'll get into that. Yep, because I think it is Neon, right, Mike? Right?
Which one?
Maths.
Oh yeah, I would have also said one of the other ones we're going to talk about, Worst Person in the World, as well.
But Neon.
Okay. Yeah, and Brian.
Mass is Bleecker. No, Mass is Bleecker Street. That's not Neon.
Yeah,
I realized.
But he says, isn't there a movie that made my 120? I can't remember, but there might be. Maybe I think there is one in there now that I don't think was initially on there that just recently came out. So yeah, but we'll also bring in Jordan Owens, JPO. How's it going?
Hey, what's up, everybody? Yeah, so I know I got a couple gaps, but I've seen, I think, the majority of them, or at least about half, probably about half, and looking for some good recommendations, some good fights, and we'll see where it goes.
Yeah. Well, the funny thing is, when I'm trying to find guests for this, I started out having kind of a difficult time. No one had really seen these movies or weren't that interested. But then once the episode came close, I had about 3 or 4 people saying hey, if you got any extra spots, you can put me in last minute. Like I'd really be interested. I'm like, oh, we're already full now at this point. So yeah, people were kind of wanting to be on this match. So this is a unique one. I mean, you don't have a lot of tournaments or shows like this where you just talk about just these kind of Oscar type movies. So yeah, it'll be fun.
And these are both the perfect studios to do it with, because I feel like they're both cousins of each other. You know,
yeah,
because they're both very similar in style and tone and all of that.
They're definitely in the same family tree, probably. Yeah. So, but last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Dan Skip Allen. How's it going?
Hey, I'm doing good, Jordan. I'm glad I was asked to be on this. I've probably seen 95% of these movies. Haven't seen the list of them because I decided, you know what, let's be surprised by what the matchups are. But this is more than likely I've seen probably 95% of these movies, and a lot of them I like. This is right in my wheelhouse. I love little indie movies like this from Neon and A24. So when you asked me, I was like, yeah, I'll be right in there with you. And I think A24's got 2 Best Picture wins, and Neon has 1.
Yeah. And yeah, I thought that I wanted to reach out to you, Dan, because I sent you right for a couple websites and that kind of thing. I was like, he's probably seen most of these, so yeah, that was a good call. So
well, and he's back so soon, we didn't scare him off, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but we'll go ahead. We got a big tournament ahead of us, so we'll go ahead and we'll jump into it. So, Austin, you want to explain how it's going to work for anyone tuning in?
In just a second, we'll bring up the bracket that's been made for the A24 Neon match. I made the bracket, but Wolfman made the list, and then he sent me the list, and then I randomized it and made the March Madness style bracket of 64. They are completely random. There are no seeds in there. I just spun the wheel 64 times with all the movies in there, and we got what we got. So we'll see what happens as we bring them up. But yeah, Jordan will kind of line us up over on the side over there. We'll bring up the actual tournament. We'll go up and down. We'll rotate the order each time for each match. And try to keep your answers as brief as possible so we can keep the momentum going. I know if there's a movie that maybe some of us haven't seen, Wolfman or Dan can kind of maybe give us a very brief synopsis, so maybe we can vote on if it's something that's interesting, at least, so we can vote. But you can vote for any reason at all, whether it's one you're interested in more, or one you like more, or one you don't like and you're curious about the other one. You can vote for any reason, and that's kind of just how it works, and we'll see what takes the cake tonight. I will say that there are 3 former winners in this bracket, but I won't tell you which ones.
Oh, wow.
Until the very end.
Yeah,
but there are 3 former tournament fights winners here. So much like 3 Best Picture wins, there are 3 tournament fight winners.
And I know one of them.
So we shall see.
Well, cool. And also, just remind everyone, you do have to vote no matter what, even if you haven't seen either one. I'll be doing that probably quite often tonight. I'll just be voting for whichever one sounds better or whichever one looks like the least like artsy and pretentious and boring. So I'll be doing that. So, but to start us off, I don't really have any kind of like Oscar style intro. So here's the absolute opposite of an intro. This is a little throwback. Here we go.
Moto surf! Moto surf! Moto surf!
A24 definitely.
Yeah. Some surf ninjas for the win. All right, let's do this. Let's get pumped up. Moto surf.
All right, so we'll scroll on over. Our very first matchup will be I, versus Val, which I believe is the Val Kilmer documentary. So, so we'll start at the bottom with Dan down there, and Dan, you get to go first on this one.
I don't know if you guys know, but I'm a huge sports fan, and I actually have a show called Bleacher Features where I and a guest we talk about one movie from beginning to end. We just break it down, and I did it with a guest of mine. We did I, Tonya, and I'll tell you right now, I think I, Tonya is phenomenal. I'm a huge fan of documentaries, and I really liked a lot of the stuff Val Kilmer did in his early career. Top Gun is one of my favorite movies of all time, but the way they decided to film this, Craig Gillespie, who did I, Tonya, and you can ask for better casting than Margot Robbie. Completely robbed of an Oscar. I, Tonya, all the way.
All right.
Yeah.
JPO, what do you think?
Yeah, JPO.
I don't know if you know this, but I hate sports, but I love a good sports movie. And I, Tanya is fantastic here. I love even the way it kind of even has like a pseudo documentary style in it at some points. The breakout of Paul Walter Hauser, the whole cast is great. I haven't seen Val. I'm not always on top of my documentary game, so Tanya gets my vote.
Yeah. Well, Ross?
Tanya, but Val made my top 10 of the year that it came out. So yeah, but Tanya is amazing, and then that's one of my favorite actors working today, Paul Walter Hauser. So yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Well,
so when making this list, I initially didn't have Val on it, but then I was like, you know what? I'm trying to diversify. Like, there's some neon documentaries on here, and I wanted like A24's documentary on here as well. So I put like that on here to try to diversify the list. And I realized the panel was all Val Kilmer fans, so I knew that y'all all would gravitate towards it, and so it's a very, very beautiful and touching documentary about just his career and his unfortunate downfall where he is now. Like, just it's really, really emotional, really, really great. And then Tanya, I agree. Margot Robbie, for that court scene alone, she should have won the Oscar that year. I think that Frances McDormand, she was great, but my pick to win was Margot Robbie in this movie. She was a powerhouse. She was excellent. But you know what? Just because I don't feel like it's really enough love, I will give Val the vote here just because I want to be supportive for Val Kilmer in this amazing documentary that people should go see. So
yeah. Well, Austin?
Yeah, I've seen both of these. I've seen the Val documentary. I heard about it through some of the podcasts I listened to. They recommended it, and it's heartbreaking. It's touching. It's fascinating and interesting. Kind of everything in between. Really interesting. If you're a guy who is a very strange dude at times, but when you see what he's been going through, you kind of get it. So I definitely do recommend it. I like a good documentary. There's a couple on here actually, a couple documentaries that I'm a big fan of. But I, Tanya was in my top 10 of the year. 2017. I love it to pieces, so I'm gonna go Tanya.
Yeah, and in the private chat, somebody reminded me of a movie that I actually do have very high on my 128. So there'll be probably a few I'll be fighting for. I mean, I'm not to say that I just dislike all these movies. I like a good chunk of them, but there's a few that I watch where I just kind of feel like not much is going on, and that's kind of the point. Like, they're doing more with less kind of thing. But I haven't seen Val. I really want to. I actually got to meet Val Kilmer at a comic a convention. I just got just briefly shake his hand because he didn't come out for very long, and they kind of let people know that he wasn't going to be out very long. He only came to his booth for about an hour, so I lined up to just go shake his hand. That's all I really wanted to do. And it's when he was still walking and wasn't totally wheelchair bound, but he was still having some health issues, so he couldn't stay out super long. But yeah, so that was really, really cool to do that. But Tanya though is an amazing movie. I love this movie to pieces, and yeah, besides Margot Robbie, also Allison Janney's great in it. Sebastian Stan, even Paul Walter Hauser. If you guys haven't seen the show, I believe it's on Amazon, but it's called Blackbird with Paul Walter Hauser. That show is phenomenal. He's
Apple
too. Oh, it's on Apple. Okay, yeah, that's it. And it's also has Ray Liotta for one of his kind of final performances in that too. So yeah, it's really, really great. But yeah, I'm gonna give my vote to Tanya because it's really, really solid. So yeah.
All right, Tanya 5-1, and our next matchup will be Revenge versus Moon Age Daydream.
Ooh.
Movie.
All right.
All right. This time we'll go to JPO first.
Similar as last round, unfortunately, never saw Moon Age Daydream. Did see Revenge though, man. It's a really I don't want to say fun because of what happens at the beginning, but it goes hard. It's very bloody. And yeah, you're kind of rooting for the revenge itself. So yeah, Revenge will get my vote.
Yeah, sounds good. Ross,
haven't seen either, but I do want to see Moon Age Daydream, so I'm going to go for Moon Age Daydream only because I'm a big Bowie fan as an actor too. So yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Wolf, what do you think?
Finally, recently caught up on Moon Age Daydream just for this, and yeah, it's an experience. It's like a major like concert kind of film of David Bowie. It's really, really excellent. Revenge, though, to me was on another level. I was not expecting what I got with this movie. This movie blew me away. This was like hyper violent grindhouse French film type stuff. It was like excellent. And yeah, you're pumping your fist every time this girl is like trying to get revenge. You're like, yes, you will get them, get those sons of bitches. It's so good. And so and she was incredible in this movie too. Like her acting and was just phenomenal. So yeah, I am actually going to give this one to Revenge. I think a lot of people need to seek this out. I believe it's on Shudder too. So I think it's on.
Okay. Nice. Well, Austin?
Yeah, I've seen Revenge. I wasn't really aware of Moon Age Daydream until Wolfman put it on the list, and I was putting the bracket together, and then the poster came up, and it was a Bowie thing. And I was like, oh shit, it's something about Bowie. I was like, that's cool because I'm a Bowie fan, so I need to check it out. I just haven't got a chance to yet, but I have seen Revenge, and it is pretty gnarly, and I dig it. So I'm gonna get some revenge. Yeah, get revenge. Go with
and also a shout out to Malcolm in the comment said Val was narrated by his son. I didn't realize that either, so that's cool. And also too, my friend Sarah, she's tuning in as always. She's been pretty supportive, so thanks Sarah for tuning in. But yeah, I haven't seen either one. I'll probably be saying that a lot tonight, but yeah, I'm a big Bowie fan. And like I really want to see it. But when you say that Revenge is like kind of like a horror movie, or was it more of like an action movie, or like what?
It's just a thriller kind of drama thing.
It's sort of an super hyper violent action of something horrific that happens. So it's sort of like a horror-ish action movie because of that. So yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what? Since I haven't seen either one, because I'm a little like averse to like if it's super gory. I don't know if it is, but like I'm not like a big fan of like too much gore. But I do love horror movies as long as they're not overly gory. So I'll give some love to the Moon Age Daydream because I probably watched that first. So yeah. But Dan, what do you think?
Yeah, I've seen both of these films. David Bowie is a great actor and a great singer. Obviously, we know that, and this is kind of like a period documentary about him and a tour that he was on and whatnot. And it was a really good documentary. It actually won the Gone with the Wind Award for Best Documentary, which was a surprise to me. Malcolm was really happy about that. I had a couple other things. Hopefully they pop up here today on my radar to win the Best Documentary of 2022. But it wasn't Moon Age Daydream. But Revenge is an incredible revenge thriller, subtitled in French, and it is what this woman goes through is just incredible. I mean, it was a visceral experience when I watched it. I can't even remember how many years ago it was, 6-7 years ago, or whatever. I absolutely love this movie. I would have liked to have seen this actress in more things. I don't remember her in too much since I've seen Revenge, but this I got to go with Revenge here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. All right.
Oh yeah, too, and like
Revenge.
When I saw the trailers for like Moon Age Daydream, I got all shocked because it's a documentary, and then it says playing in IMAX.
Oh, nice.
You never heard documentary playing in IMAX.
Yeah, they don't do that too often, so that's cool.
All right, so we got Gemini versus Good Time. That's the Robert Pattinson movie. Maybe Wolf or Dan can tell us a little bit about Gemini. I know Wolf looks like he ran off for a second, but
it'll be Ross.
I saw it.
Dan, anything on Gemini?
I just don't. I don't remember the entire premise. I would have to like read a blurb about it, and then I would remember. It would come flooding. But I did see this movie, and I remember the poster. It's got Zoe Kravitz in it, I believe, right?
From what I can tell, Zoe Kravitz, Lola Kirk, John Cho.
Yeah. I did see this, and honestly, for the life of me right now, it's not coming to me. I just could tell you, I remember the poster. That's how I know I saw it.
No worries. All right, we'll go with Ross first, real quick, and then we'll get to.
Yeah, I haven't seen Gemini. It sounds pretty interesting though, but Good Time's amazing. Anything with the Sassy brothers, I'm in for. So yeah, Good Time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, Wolf, what do you think here?
So Gemini is on HBO Max. I unfortunately did not have time to catch up on. This is one of my blind spots of the stream, but I put it on because it's one of a little bit more popular Neon films, but one of the better rated ones. But I mean, the synopsis, it says a heinous crime tests the complex relationship between a Hollywood starlet and her tenacious personal assistant. As the assistant unravels the mystery, she must confront her own understanding of friendship, truth, and celebrity.
That's right. Okay.
So it sounds really good. The trailer, I've never seen the trailers. It looked really interesting. I do want to see it, but I have seen Good Time. Good Time was definitely a good time in its own strange way. But it is, because it's not like a fun movie, but it was a good time.
Yeah.
And yeah, this movie blew me away. It's one of A24's best, so I'll definitely say Good Time.
Yeah. Well, Austin?
Yeah, Gemini's one of my blind spots. I'll get around to it at some point. But yeah, I have seen Good Time because I was catch up in the last couple of years with Robert Pattinson's dealings outside of Twilight, and this is one of the best ones. Yeah, Safdie brothers. It's really good stuff, and it's really intense, and yeah, it's a great movie. So I'm gonna go with Good Time.
Yeah, so I have also not seen Gemini, but it doesn't really sound like one that I'm running out to see. It's not really, I don't know if it's a Jordan movie, maybe. I can't really say, but Good Time definitely is. I have seen that, and it is great. For anyone, I don't think anyone's really like questioning Robert Pattinson anymore after the Batman came out. But I mean, if anybody still is, see Good Time, because he gives a phenomenal performance, and alongside Benny Safdie, who gives an outstanding performance as a mentally challenged guy, and there's a bank robbery, and then they're on the run, and it's a really cool thriller that just they're running through the city, and it's a good time. So yeah, and well, yeah, I'll just vote for a Good Time. Yeah. Dan?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. I do remember seeing Gemini, and I think I wrote a review on it. But it's I write so many reviews of so many movies. Sometimes they just don't stick in my head. But Good Time, I do remember Good Time, and I'll tell you right now, Robert Pattinson was incredible, and all those doubters about that's Twilight Boy and all this kind of stuff. These are the movies that I was trying to tell people about for years. This guy can act. You have to put that Twilight thing for him and Kristen Stewart behind, because they're great actors. They took a paycheck to be in the Twilight movies. Now they're showing the type of things that they can do. And Good Time, I mean, he just absolutely is incredible in this movie. Probably should have been nominated for an Oscar. Got completely robbed. But yeah, I have to go with Good Time here.
Yeah. Well, JPO, what do you think?
I started Gemini, and then life got in the way, so I'm about 40 minutes in, and I can see maybe why Dan forgot about it, because at least the 40 minutes, not a lot happens. But Good Time, yeah, I love Good Time. Yeah, I think I saw it after Uncut Gems too, riding the high off of that, and you can definitely see some style brought over, and yeah, it's a good kind of edge of your seat, you're along that ride that entire time, and yeah, of course, Pence and just like Radcliffe, they've been really smart about picking, post their big, Hollywood movies, the roles they choose. So yeah, Good Time for sure.
All right, clean sweep for Good Time.
Yeah, that's my issue with a lot of these movies when they have these movies where like not a lot happens and you're supposed to be invested. I'm like, I can't do it. So
like one movie I left off of here, I was like, just because I know you're all gonna hate the whole like pie eating scene in A Ghost Story. That's why I left that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've heard about it.
Pez loves that movie. What are you talking about?
Yeah, oh my god,
Yeah.
what a dumb movie. Anyways, got The Beach Bum with Matthew McConaughey, and Minari is our next up. So Wolfman.
Well, I'm actually going to the beach tomorrow, so that's a fitting fitting movie to have on here. It's from the director of Spring Breakers, which I didn't have on this list as well. I contemplated putting it on here, but I remember I like Beach Bum. I forget. I don't really remember much about it, but like I know I've seen it, and it was just it was okay. But Minari, that movie was excellent. Oh my goodness, this movie was so great. One of the best movies of that year. Was one of my favorites to like win the Oscar that year. Like it was just so emotional, so impactful. You really bought into this family. You wanted to spend time with them. Like I could have spent a whole 3 hours with them. Like you really get to understand this family and just love them. And learn a lot about their culture as well. So Minari is a beautiful movie, and I recommend it I think it's just a crowd pleaser of an A24 film. I recommend it for anyone. So
yeah, sounds good. Austin, what do you think?
Beach Bum should be better than what it is given the cast. It's like, oh hey, a movie with Matthew McConaughey and Snoop Dogg and Jonah Hill and like all these people. Like it should be better than it is, and it's not. It's just kind of meandering in there. But Minari, if you want to see Steven Yeun outside of The Walking Dead doing something pretty great and really show his acting chops, this is definitely a good movie. We've had a couple of movies like this that are about these kind of small, families like this in the Farewell, another movie on here, things like that. So they're really solid stuff. I'll go with Minari on this one.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention up top, I'm trying out going back to dual streaming on the YouTube and Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, go over to the Movie Hero network and hit the subscribe button if you haven't done it yet, because that really helps us out. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that in there. But I haven't seen either one of these, but I did not hear very good things about The Beach Bum, which like on paper, like it seems like a movie that I would probably like, but I mean it just got horrible reviews, so I didn't really rush out to go see it. But with Minari, is that a foreign language film or is it in English? Like,
half and half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like half and half. Okay, yeah, that makes sense though with having Steven Yeun in there and stuff, and the cast, like who you have alongside the Korean actor. I mean, Steven Yeun and then Will Patton in there. Like, I'm a big fan.
And the grandma
guys.
too won the Oscar that year too for supporting actress, and she was so good.
Ooh, nice. That's awesome. Yeah. So I've been a big a fan of Korean cinema. I mean, whether or not this came out directly from Korea or not, that's fine. I mean, I still like those kind of actors and that kind of vibe to it. So yeah, I'll vote for Minari. Yeah.
All right.
Dan.
I will tell you guys, I have a review of The Beach Bum, and I'll tell you, it's a guilty pleasure for me. I'm a big Matthew McConaughey fan, and I'll tell you what, the cast in this, you're watching, it's like, oh crap, that guy I know that guy. Oh, wait, that guy popped up. I mean, the people that pop up in this are just like, oh crap, But if you just kind of just put your brain over here, you can actually enjoy The Beach Bum. It's not a bad movie. I mean, look, people are gonna like what they're gonna like. They might not people, but I actually kind of like The Beach Bum. He actually had 2 movies out around the same time. Matthew McConaughey did, and one with Anne Hathaway was absolute trash. And The Beach Bum maybe came out like a week or 2 later, but and it was much better than the other one with Anne Hathaway. But Minari is an absolute masterpiece. It came out at Sundance that year, stood the test of time, went all the way back around, got nominated for Oscars. Stephen Yeun. I'll tell you what, the little kid in it, he won a Critics' Choice Award, and his speech at the Critics' Choice Awards that year was just one of the most just crazily beautiful things you'll ever. I mean, I forget the kid's name off the top of my head, but yeah, this it's a Korean family who migrates to Arkansas of all places and has to build a life for themselves. Very, very good movie. I can't say enough about Minari, so I'm going with Minari here.
Yeah. Well, JPO, what do you think?
I think I'm gonna go with Minari very easily here. Beach Bum, I agree with Pez. I think it was kind of meandering on paper. It should be fun. It just didn't reach that for me for the most of it. I prefer Spring Breakers. That was way more fun. So I'm gonna go Minari by far.
Yeah. Well, Ross?
I haven't seen Beach Bum. I want to, but then I heard that it's kind of boring, and then the director's other work I really do like, but I'm gonna go with Minari. Like the same guy that did Gummo. So,
yeah,
sure, but Minari, Minari is really good though.
Okay,
all right.
Minari takes on, and we go down to Hereditary versus Crimes of the Future. David the Cronenberg.
All right, and you're up first, Austin.
Yeah, no, it's funny. It goes to me for a horror matchup, and I've seen both of these. So I watched Crimes of the Future for Wolfman and I's sort of horror wrap-up of last year show. I had some higher expectations for Crimes of the Future. I like Cronenberg, but this one was just okay. I wanted more to be going on. There were some things they tease in there that they never really explore. A lot of good ideas, but not a great execution for me. And again, with him teaming up with Viggo Mortensen, again, I love A History of Violence, but Crimes of the Future didn't do a lot for me. Hereditary comes up a lot, but for a good reason. It's an excellent movie from Ari Aster, and we just talked about it the other night. Wolf and I again, talking about horror movies that should have had a Oscar performance in there. So with Hereditary and Toni Collette, so I'll go Hereditary.
Yeah, well, guess who's in Crimes of the Future? So I'm not going to vote for it. I'm going to vote for Hereditary because Kristen Stewart, I'm not a big fan of hers. And not just that, I haven't seen it, so I can't really.
She's not in the movie that much, but okay.
Yeah, she's maybe.
I went to the cast list and I saw it. So
if Kristen Stewart even visited the set, Jordan would be like, "He's out. It's out."
Like, peace. See you later. Yeah.
She said hi to the director on the set. I don't like it.
Well, like, I'm sure. As a person, like, I'd be all right with her, but I'm just not into her acting. But Hereditary is great. Like, it's one of the best horror movies to come out in the last 5, even maybe 10 years. And yeah, it's really, really solid. And Toni Collette, she was robbed of an Oscar nomination. So yeah, I'll go with Hereditary. Dan?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. I did a double feature last year of Men and Crimes of the Future. That is absolutely one of the worst double features I've ever did in my entire life. Those two movies stunk. Even though Kristen Stewart's in Crimes of the Future, there's no way she could have saved that movie. I mean, it's like there's a potential this could have been nominated for an Oscar for makeup and hairstyling because of all this prosthetic makeup of ears and stuff all over the place and the surgeries and the stuff that they do.
That's what I told Wolfman when I watched it. I was like, there's interesting, cool things that never get explored with that, like that dude that has ears all over his body, and we just see him for a second, we move on. It's like, what's the deal with that guy? What's the deal with those things? I want to see more of that. Crazy.
It's gross. It's just gross. I just did not get it. I'm not the biggest Cronenberg fan, but I wanted to go in and see another Cronenberg movie for the first time. We haven't seen one in 10 years or something like that, or 12 years. I can't remember how long it was. But Hereditary was one of those experiences. I had a press screening of this, and there was probably maybe 4 people in the audience because it was me, my +1, the monitor, and a couple other press people. And it was one of the most visceral, crazy experiences I had ever had. That moment, when that thing happens in the middle of the movie, and then the stuff at the end is just Toni Collette completely robbed of an Oscar. Ridiculous that she doesn't get into a nomination for this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Ari Aster's got a new movie out this year called Beau is Afraid. Expect good things.
My most anticipated of the year.
Expect good things from that. Hereditary is part of the horror renaissance, and it deserves to be moving on here. It is phenomenal.
Yeah. Well, GPO, what do you think?
Yeah, I never got to the crimes one because like I had only heard mixed things and not even like everyone I listened I never saw it go past mix. But Hereditary I really dig, man. I like that more than I like even Midsommar. I just was really enthralled in these characters. Again, you already mentioned Colette. I really liked Hereditary. It's one of the best horror films of that decade. So Hereditary.
Yeah. Ross, what do you say?
Okay, I'm gonna go with Her Head a Tree. So yeah, Hereditary.
Yeah, that makes sense based on what happens. Yeah, in the movie.
Yeah, but I do want to see Crimes of the Future only because that ear guy, because it did make the short list for visual effects Oscar
for makeup.
Yeah, makeup. Yeah,
the makeup. Yeah. Well, Wolf, what do you say?
And I would have nominated it for makeup. I thought the makeup was really, really good. Like that was one of the best parts of the movie. So I saw both of these in theaters, and Crimes of the Future. It's funny, it didn't come to my Regal, but it came to like my local dollar theater. And so I was like, oh, dope. Okay, whoa, that's crazy. So I got to see it there, and it was actually my first Cronenberg film I ever saw in a theater. So I am a big Cronenberg fan, but I've never just seen any of his films in the theater before. So this is the first one, and I'm a little bit more kind to this movie than the other panel, the rest of the panel, because I actually enjoyed it. It was just kind of. I will say this though, my issue with it is it was a trippy, low budget. I love the themes it was conveying, all this type of stuff. My issue with it is the budget felt like a fan film. I was like, why does this budget feel so low? Like that was just for Cronenberg, I expected a higher production value. So that was like my only kind of big issue with it was that. But Hereditary was a phenomenal movie. This movie was blew me away. Toni Collette, maybe arguably the best horror performance of the 21st century. Just phenomenal, and it's just a shame that she did not get nominated for an Oscar when she should have won the Oscar that year and wasn't even nominated. That's true snub. So yeah.
Yep. $27 million, Mike. That was the budget. $27 million.
Really? For Crimes of the Future?
Yeah.
Wow. It seems a lot less.
It looks like a $5 million movie.
Yeah.
All right. Got Parasite versus The Lobster. All right, Jordan, this should be fairly easy for you. So go ahead.
Yeah, well, this is a good one for me to go first because I've seen both of these, so that works. And yeah, the Parasite though is incredible. So I was working at a movie theater at the time that it was released. I just kind of did it on the side so I could get free movies. So I was working part time in it, and I saw this movie 3 times in theaters, but it was also because I got to see it for free, and I kept finding people who hadn't seen it. So I'm like, oh, you got to come see it. And then right when it came out in physical media, I bought the Blu-ray. Like this movie's great. I watch it all the at the time. Like Bong Joon-ho is he's slowly going to be one of my favorite directors. He's really killing it. So, and when it won for Best Picture, it was just so much fun to see the cast and crew celebrating and just having a great time. They're just so happy about it. So that was great to see. And The Lobster, I really dig Colin Farrell's performance in it, and it's just got some really weird stuff in it. I mean, the premise alone, if you don't find someone to fall in love with over a certain time, I can't remember how long, but then you get to turn into an animal of your choice, or you have to. And then just kind of see it like how they navigate that. There's some weird stuff and the weird rules to where they're staying, and some some pretty like awkward and weird things happen too. So like it's fine. I don't hate it. I think that that's just okay. But Parasite is phenomenal. So I'm gonna vote for Parasite. And we'll go to Dan. I'll be right back in about 2 or 3 minutes. I gotta go grab something. So yeah.
But yeah, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. This is when I mentioned Neon's Best Picture win. It's Parasite. They won for 2021 or 2020 maybe.
It was the 2020 Oscars for 2019.
Yeah. That's it. I'll tell you right now. I heard a lot of buzz coming out of Cannes about Parasite, and I was like, well, okay, this is going on my radar that year. And when I finally saw it, I was just absolutely blown away. I mean, the experience. I mean, it's so many different things in one movie, and it's just hard to put so much in there, but make it all work in the end. And it's going in one place, and then it ends up going in a different direction, and it's crazy. Now, The Lobster's kind of a sweet movie if you really think about it. You have 7 days to find a lover at this retreat, and if you don't, you turn into an animal. And it's just got some John C. Reilly's in there, Rachel Weisz is in there. It's got some interesting stuff going on, and I know a lot of people love The Lobster. I mean, I'm just not one of those people that like. It's a good movie, but I'm not one of them people that just like rah to the rooftop about The Lobster. And I'm a big Colin Farrell fan, but the Parasite is probably one of the most innovative, interesting movies in the fact that it won all those Oscars, and it won first foreign film to win Oscars like that, and it was well deserved. So I have to go with Parasite. All right,
GPU.
This is the toughest round for me so far. I do like The Lobster a lot, actually. Yeah, the Yorgos Lanthimos. Between this, the favorite, Killing the Sacred Deer. Dude's got an interesting setup going. But yeah, Parasite is another beast. You got to also just give it credit for it being, a foreign film that has really made a splash here. It's kind of an uphill battle. But there's a reason, because it's that damn good. So Parasite gets my vote.
Yeah. Russ?
I'm gonna go with Parasite. I do like Yorgos Lanthimos, especially his new movie. It's it's about it's about like Emma Stone like switches brains with a baby. So yeah, but I'm gonna go with Parasite. Parasite, I actually watched it three times. The opening weekend that actually released on digital. So yeah, so I'm gonna go with Parasite.
Okay. Wolf?
Yeah. So I actually am a big fan of both these movies, and I knew The Lobster was going to be one of those like pretentious choices to put on here for you guys, but I had to put it on here because it was actually nominated for an Oscar for Best Original Screenplay. It was an Academy Award nominated film, so it was one of the more popular A24 films. And then Parasite, that film, I mean, I obviously had to put that on here. It's Neon's most popular film. Like, they won the Oscar. It's a masterpiece. However, my only logic here is because Bong Joon-ho has another film we're going to talk about on the same bracket. I'm going to give this one to The Lobster, but I love both of them. And Parasite is one of those few movies that, because I am an awards voter for the Independent Spirit Awards, and that's one of the few movies, I still have it, I just can't find it right now, that I actually was sent a DVD screener of. So,
but you can pay to be a voter for the Independent Spirit. You paid your $10 or $20, right, Wolfman?
Yeah, something like that. You can pay to become an Independent Spirit Awards voter, and that was like the first year I think I became an Independent Spirit Awards voter, and they gave me a Parasite DVD screener to watch, and I still have it playing around somewhere. So, it's a phenomenal movie for sure. So, yeah. But The Lobster is what I'll give it to, just because there's another Bong Joon-ho movie on here, and I feel like The Lobster doesn't get enough love. So,
well, there's a reason Lobster doesn't get enough love, is because it's fucking weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Well, hey, my girlfriend though knows how to cook some nice fried lobster. She cooked that the other day, and was amazing.
Does she make chitterbait biscuits though? Nope.
Where are you from, Wolfman? Where are you from? You from up north, northeast?
Virginia.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah.
Lobster. Oh, love lobster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, we got 8th Grade, the Bo Burnham directed film, against Waves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I
I'm
up
sorry,
again?
guys.
Go ahead,
I had to go grab my dinner out of the oven, so that's what I'm going to go do. But yeah, it'll be Dan first. So yeah, what do you think?
And Ross, was that Poor Things? Did you already see Poor Things, the new Lanthimos movie?
No, I've just been keeping up with it. It sounds so good.
Yeah, I can't wait to see Poor Things.
Yes,
yeah,
and Malcolm writes in the comments, is Yorgos Lanthimos' new movie a prequel to Baby Geniuses?
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you what, guys. This is a really tough one for me because when I saw 8th Grade, I was really blown away by how Bo Burnham was able to take a relatively, off the street actor and make her and put her in a world where she was like a YouTube personality and she was, Gucci and all this stuff, and follow this girl through high school and awkwardness. I thought he really captured, and I'm not a girl, obviously, and I'll never know what it's like to be that age or whatever, or that kind of a, but I was a kid. I was obviously a boy in middle school and stuff like that. So I know there's awkwardness and stuff in school, but he really, to me, showed how awkward that age can be. In 8th Grade was a fantastic movie. That bathing suit scene where she's swimming in the pool and she's got the green bathing suit on. I mean, God, I felt cringe. It was like a good cringe, not a bad cringe, where you're like, God, you just don't want to be in those shoes that she was in. Now, Waves, as a sports fan and as a somebody who's followed athletes and know how drugs and how things and peer pressure of parents and things can get to kids. I mean, this movie really just blew me away. I mean, absolutely blew me away. Calvin Harrison Jr. is an actor that you have got to look for. He's got a movie coming out in April called Chevalier, which looks incredible. I'm seeing it on the 18th. But the peer pressure of the father and then try to be this athlete and all this kind of stuff. I think he was trying to be a wrestler, but he was also doing a lot of weightlifting and training and stuff. I hate to go against 8th Grade here because I really, really like this movie, but I'm going to go with Waves.
Yeah, sounds good. JPO, what do you think?
Yeah, this might be my new hardest match yet. Because, both films are really great, man. I really hope we get a lot more from Bo Burnham between this and his Last Adam special. I really love where he's coming from. Gucci, she's great in it, too. She's actually on Barry now, or at least she was in last season. So look forward to seeing more of her. But, I think I'm going to give my vote to Waves, man. That movie really surprised me. Like, I walked in kind of cold or just unknowing because I feel like it's kind of fallen under the radar, sadly. But Kelvin Harrison, between this and Luce, Luce, which I believe is also on tonight's show, I'm sold on this kid. And he's popped in a bunch of other things too, High Note and whatnot, but he's so good in this. And then even the sister and the ending is very impactful. I was really kind of taken by this, so I'm gonna go for Waves.
Yeah, Malcolm said the fact that Waves wasn't nominated for an Oscar is a crime.
Yeah, it's worthy.
Yeah.
It's just one of those, for whatever reason, I feel like just didn't get out in front of enough people. I don't know.
Yeah, wasn't seen by enough. Yeah, but Ross, I think you watched Waves for the first time.
Yes, and then I have a weird relationship with it. Okay, I love the first 40 minutes, and then the twist happens, and then now I didn't love the middle of the movie, but then the ending of the movie on that bench scene literally had me crying. So I'm gonna go with Waves. But still, and then Waves is actually one of the most beautiful looking movies I've ever seen. It should have gotten a cinematography win, not just nomination.
Yeah.
Sorry, well, I do got to bounce for a minute. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. No worries.
All right.
We'll catch you later. Yeah. Well, yeah. He said he got to go take care of something for 30 minutes. He'll be back. But Wolf, what do you think?
So I can definitely tell you that Waves was an Independent Spirit Award nominee, and I voted for it for several categories because this film was phenomenal. It was just a beautiful, beautiful movie, and I got to see. Yeah, I'm from Virginia. My girlfriend's from Florida. That's why she cooked lobster so well. But,
Nice.
but she just lives in Virginia, but she's from Florida. But I got to see Waves at my I think it was my second Virginia Film Festival I ever went to. They actually have a film festival up here in Charlottesville, Virginia, and I get to go in for free now because of the YouTube channel all the time. But
cool.
But this is like a year that I did pay for it, and I saw Waves, and everyone just stood up and gave it a standing ovation, and absolutely was just blown away by it. It was just a phenomenal movie. One of my favorites of that festival. And then 8th grade, I also got to see in theaters. And I'm not even a girl. I agree, I'm not a girl. But somehow Bo Burnham made this movie where I was watching it and I said, I haven't said this in a coming of age film like in quite a while. And I was like, oh my God, that happened to me. Oh my God, that happened to me. Oh my God, that happened to me. Oh my God, that happened. And like he understood my life growing up. Like it was uncanny and kind of scared me. Like it was just like insane. And I was able to relate to it. I laughed. Oh my God, the banana scene. I haven't laughed that hard in a theater. When that banana scene happens, I died. And then like the dad obviously is just, we talked about the dads in both these movies are really, really good. The dad in Sterling K. Brown and Waves is excellent, and the dad in 8th grade was just so heartwarming. Like man, both of these movies, this is the hardest match yet. But if I had to go with one, 8th grade, but man, that's hard. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Austin, what do you think?
8th grade because I haven't seen Waves. Jordan?
Sure. Yeah.
Pretty simple.
Yeah. I haven't seen Waves either, so I'm gonna have to go with 8th grade. But yeah, like I'm with Wolf on a lot of things. Like there's a lot of relatable things that like, yeah, like I remember thinking, man, like that's pretty similar to a lot of experiences that I've had. And yeah, like I really like the relationship between the main girl, Elsie Fisher, and her dad. Like I think that's a cool dynamic, and like they really captured that awkwardness between her and her friend, and then this guy that she has a crush on, and like all these different things that like it worked really, really well. I mean, yeah, like especially going to that party scene, like that like Dan mentioned, the like pool scene, and like I've had that same exact experience going to a party. I don't know anybody. Like I'm trying to make friends. It's really awkward. And yeah, because like 8th grade, like for me, that was one of the most awkward times in my life. Like that's like the peak awkwardness for me. That is like 7th, 8th grade. And so
it's the worst because you're about to transition into like hell, which is high school.
Yeah.
But then you're like at that. But then you're like at that, weird phase where you're like hitting puberty. It's a weird time.
It's a weird time, yeah. Like I look back and I look at like some pictures and like experience that I had. I'm like, man, why did I make those decisions? Why did I do that? That was really weird and awkward. But yeah, and like I said, I haven't seen Waves, but now I really want to. So I'll get some recommendations.
You would like it, Jordan. You would really like it, huh, Mike?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So
and Sterling K. Brown is amazing. And like he was also great in that show, This Is Us.
Oh yeah. So yeah, 8th grade.
So even though JPO left, he voted, and we have a tie. So we rotate the tie-breaking vote, but the tie-breaking starts with Dan, so you can go either way.
All right.
Yeah, I just wish there was a way I could have 8th grade move on in a different lifetime in a multiverse here. But because I voted for Waves, I would seem like a hypocrite to vote for 8th grade to move on if I voted for Waves. So
we can switch it. I mean, nothing against that. So
no, I'm gonna have to go with Waves. I got the most impact out of Waves when I saw it, even though I absolutely love 8th grade. This is definitely the toughest match, but I have to be true to myself and go with Waves here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, 8th grade, not in the Elite 8.
Yeah, right. It's not gonna make it. No.
All right. So we got the Green Knight and the the Witch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Vivitch. Yeah.
All right. So JPO would have gone first, so we'll go to Ross this time.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the I'm gonna go with The Witch only because it has Anya Taylor-Joy. The Green Knight seems okay, but I don't know. But The Witch.
Yeah. Wolfman, what do you think?
So when coming up with the movies on this bracket, sorry about that. That was in front of me. But when coming up with the movies on this bracket, I was thinking to myself, like, okay, I need to have one of the David Lowery films on here because he is clearly a big A24 name right now and all that stuff, like between A Ghost Story and this. But then I realized that, like, I feel like The Green Knight would be at least a little bit more liked by this panel than A Ghost Story, because A Ghost Story, I know that, like, several of y'all hate. So that's why I put The Green Knight on, because at least I know that, like, that might have some intrigue, or y'all might like the visuals, or y'all might like, stuff like that. So that's why I put The Green Knight on it, and I'm glad I did, because this actually feels like a good matchup here between The Witch and The Green Knight. But I am still going to have to go with The Witch. That movie terrified me, especially when I was at the most religious part of my life, and I watched this. It scared the ever-living shit out of me. I couldn't sleep for like a week. This movie, like, terrified me when I first watched it, and like, it's hard to go back to just because of how it affected me so much. And this is maybe my, like, in my top 3 A24 films. I think it's a masterpiece. Black Phillip made me never look at goats the same way again. So yeah, I'll definitely go with The Witch.
Yeah. Austin, what do you think?
Cool. I hate The Witch. I think it's boring as shit. I don't like the movie at all. I've tried to give it a shot. Don't like it. Decent performances, but that movie's boring as hell. Green Knight, yeah, again, not the most exciting movie either, but I found the visuals nice, and at least the setting and everything kind of kept me more interested in The Witch. So I'll give it to The Green Knight.
Yeah, I've only seen The Witch. I haven't seen The Green Knight, and that's why I'm voting for The Green Knight, because The Witch just bored me to tears. Like, it didn't really. But people got, like, shocked at the end with like, spoilers, but like a talking goat and all this stuff, and I'm just like, oh, get over it. It didn't really do anything to me.
It's Satan. I don't know. It's not just a goat. It literally is the embodiment of Satan.
Yeah,
and
I understand it. Yeah. I'm just kind of like, they could have done it a lot scarier than that. So, but yeah, so I'll vote for the Green Knight, because even after seeing The Witch, if you put these two in front of me, I'd be more interested to see The Green Knight, because I haven't seen it and it looks a little more interesting to me. So yeah, but Dan, what do you think?
I'll tell you what. I don't know what the heck I just did, but I just did something stupid there.
That's right.
I've seen both of these movies, and very similar to my experience with Hereditary, I just had this experience with The Witch. Not a lot of people in there with me, and I'm in there and I'm watching this weird, wacky. I love movies set in the colonial area, the 1700s of America. I always thought that was a great era to tell stories in. But you said Black Phillip, this goat that is the embodiment of the devil. It's just taking over this family and making this family do this crazy stuff. And I know. I love the director, David Eggers. Northman was fantastic. The Lighthouse. He's made three very interesting films, and they're all distinctly different, but they all have this kind of twinge of like horror in them, different types of horror in a way, But The Green Knight, I'm a massive, massive fan of Dev Patel, and I was so upset. This was supposed to come out the year before, and because of COVID, they moved it a year to have it come out. And I think if it had come out the year it was supposed to come out, we could have seen this thing get nominated for a bunch of Oscars. But because it came out the next year, it just kind of got lost in the shuffle. And I just don't think people got the movie as much as I did. And I'm a massive fan of like England and like Knights of the Round Table and Sir Gawain, the Green Knight, and like Excalibur and all this. And I really thought David Lowery did a phenomenal job capturing the cinematography and all that kind of stuff. So even though I do like The Witch, I like The Green Knight slightly more. So I'm going to go with The Green Knight.
Yeah. Well,
wow, there's some upsets happening tonight.
Malcolm's kind of all over too. He says the Green Knight was a surprise to me. It was visually stunning, but aside from that, I was bored by it.
It's a battle. It was a battle of the Davids. I just realized that.
I know.
And also, I do want to point out something. It should have been nominated for like visual effects and cinematography. Like those two things alone were like enough. I feel like if those were like the best visual effects and the best cinematography of that year. It was so good. And then also like just I find it very interesting that two Davids just went up against each other. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
David Eggers.
There you go.
Or no, it's Robert Eggers. Okay.
Robert Eggers.
I thought it was David.
Yeah, it's Robert Eggers. Yeah.
Got the Disaster Artist versus The Killing of Two Lovers.
Right.
Wolfman.
So I am probably the only one on this panel. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe I'm not the only one on this panel that has seen The Killing of Two Lovers. This movie is streaming on Hulu. You can watch it there. I got to watch back when they did the Virginia Film Festival during COVID. They were like, "Hey, we're going to do all the films virtually," and I was like, "Okay." So I got to watch it there as part of that virtual film festival, and it was actually really good. Jordan, you would fucking hate this movie. I mean, you would
really,
you would fucking like burn it to the ground.
Well, that's good because I like the other one.
Because it is definitely slow burn. Like there's a scene of like him walking, like the opening of the scene is him like walking his street for like 3 or 4 minutes, and then there's like a scene where he's hugging his wife or something, and that lasts like 3 minutes or something. I think it's one of those things where it's just like every single scene takes its time on like every single frame, and it's just like for some people I liked it, but for some people they'd be like, get to the fucking point, you know. But The Disaster Artist though is just such a brilliant movie. I thought this film was like this is one of the Movie Pass movies I watched. Remember when Movie Pass was a thing?
Yep.
I went to Movie Pass, and actually it is still a thing, surprisingly. But I
made a comeback. Yeah.
I went to the theater to see Disaster Artist, and I was expecting a fun, goofy comedy type stuff. I wasn't expecting a inspiring movie about friendship and about like fulfilling your dreams and making your dreams happen. Like this was actually a movie that really touched me, especially because I saw it with a friend of mine who we both want to enter the film industry together. We both want to be like our own Coen brother type duo type people. And so like we watched this together and we were both just kind of almost in tears by the end because we were both like felt like this was kind of like us in a way. It was very much more nuanced than I was expecting. So for that, I'm still going to go The Disaster Artist, but I do recommend The Killing of Two Lovers. This movie is actually really good, just not for Jordan and not for Austin. So
yeah, but probably not. But Austin,
that's fine because I really like it's fine because I really like Disaster Artist. I'm obsessed with The Room and Tell Me Why So, and the fact that he actually has a new movie coming out soon called Big Shark.
Yeah,
intrigues
me.
Big
Shark. Yeah, the movie looks wacky.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, great book, great movie, Disaster Artist.
Yeah, I mean, you're not really getting me like interested at all with The Killing of Two Lovers, but I mean, the only thing that really gets me is that it does have Clayton Crawford in it, and I actually really like him because he was in the Lethal Weapon TV series, and he was the best part of it. And then they fired him, and if you look behind the scenes, it wasn't really all him. There was other problems. It wasn't his fault on everything. But I mean,
in the synopsis sounds just saying like a man desperately tries to keep his family of 6 together during a separation from his wife. They both agreed to see other people, but he struggles to come to terms with a new relationship, and so it's kind of a family drama of sorts. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to vote for The Disaster Artist because that movie's great, and I mean, just having Seth Rogen and crew kind of be the force behind it with James Franco and Dave Franco and like all those guys. So yeah, it actually worked pretty well. A tribute to a bad movie. So and it was fun. So yeah, The Disaster Artist. Dan, what do you think?
Well, Wolfman, I have seen The Killing of Two Lovers, and I actually did an interview with Robert Mashoyan about that film, and I absolutely love the film. I think it's a fantastic film. His latest film, which also had Clayne Crawford, it came out in February. I did a review of that and interviewed Robert Mashoyan for that as well. So I've interviewed Robert Mashoyan twice for his last two movies, excluding his short that he did. But I think one of the biggest, like, absolute, like, I don't know if you call it a snub or robbery, highway robbery or whatever, was the year Denzel Washington got nominated for an Academy Award for a Reuben J. Esquire, or whatever it was called. That was the year there was some reports of James Franco messing with girls and this and that and the other. And of course, we were in the middle of the Me Too movement and all this kind of stuff. And so James Franco didn't get the nomination that year for Best Actor. And I think it was an absolute robbery because I think, look, I am not a fan of The Room at all. I think it's a piece of garbage film. But this movie about the making of The Room is an absolute gem of a movie. And I think what went on behind the scenes of making that movie and the performances with these guys, Dave Franco and James Franco, is phenomenal. And it should have gotten more love that Academy Awards year, especially James Franco. So unfortunately I'm hoping Robert Mashoyan doesn't watch this because I'm going to go against him, unfortunately, and go with The Disaster Artist here.
Yeah, if like Killing Your Two Lovers is going up against Gemini or something, like, come on. I'd be like,
yeah.
A
little lopsided, but Ross, what do you think?
I haven't seen Killing Your Two Lovers, but it does sound good. But The Disaster Artist, I like the movie, but I love the book. And then, like, I wish they would have included, like, Tommy's backstory in the movie, but I don't think he would allow it. So I'm going to go with The Disaster Artist.
Not. Yeah. All right. Disaster Artist.
Well, I don't know if it's true, though. Tommy denies it, but you can't trust what Tommy says.
Yeah. All right, you got Broker versus Under the Skin. And I'm up first. I haven't seen Broker. Don't know too much about it. I own Under the Skin. Yeah, I have it. It's like a classier version of Species, to put it in a nutshell. A little artsier version. Yeah. But, you know, it does have Scarlett Johansson full nude, so that's always a plus. And but it's got a great score. It's creepy at times. So, yeah, I'll go Under the Skin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about Broker, but it looks like a Korean film because I'm looking at the cast and it's all Korean. But and I actually haven't seen either one though, and like I'm kind of 50-50 on it because not knowing too much going in. I mean, I could go either way because I'm actually really high on Korean cinema lately, and you know what? For this match, I mean, I wouldn't always go this way, but for this match, let's go with Broker. Like, I would be interested to go check it out. So yeah.
Yeah, Jordan, watch the trailer because the trailer made me cry.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, the trailer.
Sounds good. Yeah. When the trailer makes you cry, yeah, that's selling it pretty hard. Yeah. But
Broker is a Korean movie. It's got one of the same guys in Parasite. He's in Broker as well.
Yeah, the guy in Parasite.
Yeah. He's in both films, and he's fantastic in both films. He's really good in Broker, actually. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Wolfman, I think it's directed by one of the guys from the Netflix show. What's that Netflix game show where they? Am I wrong?
It's so the director of it directed one of my favorite movies of 2018, which was Shoplifters.
Shoplift, that's it. I'm getting my movie, my guys right. I know the guy from what's the show on Netflix about the game where the people die?
Squid Game.
Squid Game. One of the guys from that directed something. I always get it confused. Okay, you're right. Shoplifters. Oh God, is that so good? But Broker is a movie about people that drop off their children, and these guys, they take the babies and they try to find homes for them, but they also want to get paid. But the problem is this girl comes back looking for her baby that she dropped off at this thing, and this whole thing ensues. It's really funny, but it's also touching, like you said, Ross. Very, very good movie. If you have not seen Broker, it's a very good movie. Now, Under the Skin, I saw as a double feature with Locke, and there was nobody in the theater for this movie. It was me all by myself, and I was like, what the hell am I watching? She's like this alien. She's going around killing people. She takes her whole skin off at one point. She's got this black skin, Scarlett Johansson. And I'll tell you, it took me a long time to come to Under the Skin. When I first saw it, I was like, what the hell am I watching? What are people talking about this movie for? But as the years have gone by, I started thinking about it, and there was it's an alien movie. It's an alien, and she's trying to find her own place because she's not with her people anymore. She's not with her culture. But God, this is a hard one. I'm going to have to. I'm going to champion Broker. I could go with Under the Skin here if I have my druthers, but I think enough people probably like Under the Skin more. So I'm going to go with the underdog here and go with Broker. I really, really enjoy Broker.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, Ross,
I do want to see Broker, so I'm going to go with Broker. But Under the Skin is decent. I remember that it was a little bit too slow for me, but and I love slow, so I'm going to go with Broker.
Sure, yeah. Wolf.
So first off, I just want to make an apology in advance. It would be an honorable mention. Locke did not make this list only because I can only pick 32 films, and it was hard to leave it off.
Oh man, Locke deserves a spot, but
it was very, very, very good. So that one is definitely excellent. But yeah. So when talking about these two, I got to see Broker at or as a screener. I was sent a digital screener of it, and this was like an advanced screener, before it came out, like a couple months before it came out, and it was actually I was blown away by it. Like, I love the Shoplifters, but this might even be better for me. Like, this one really affected me, like, on a very emotional level. And all I'm going to say for those who have seen it, thank you for being born. If you know what I'm talking about, that scene, oh my goodness, you're just start becoming waterworks in there. But it is so good. And Under the Skin, I hated this movie when I first watched it, and then I hated it, and then I went and rewatched it like a few years ago, and I was like, okay, this is actually like pretty good. Actually, like, this actually has some nice cinematography, great performances, great, like, it's not really a dialogue heavy movie. It's more like a visual storytelling type of movie. But it was very, very well done. And but yeah, to me, it looks like the underdog is actually going to win it, because Broker, to me, just it absolutely just blew me away and broke me. No pun intended. But actually, pun was intended there. But yeah. So Broker, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, it'd be Broker. Nice.
Got The Tragedy of Macbeth and X.
Ooh. Well, this one's easy because I haven't seen The Tragedy of Macbeth, and that's the one. Did I have Michael Fassbender in it? I can't remember.
No, that one's just called Macbeth.
Denzel Washington.
Denzel. Yeah.
Okay, it's Denzel. Okay, but X, though, I have seen, and I actually really liked it. For me, I'm one of the few. You had X and Pearl that came out, like, as an overall movie. I actually liked X better, just because I like more that it's set more at nighttime, and you get to see the old people kind of creeping around and doing some interesting kills and like that kind of thing, and so I appreciate that. But I do like overall kind of like Mia Goth's performance a little better in Pearl. Like, I think she gives a slightly better performance, maybe like more to do, because she's like like more like in the focus there. But still, like I thought X was phenomenal. So yeah, I'll vote for X. And also, Mia Goth should have been nominated for an Oscar. Like let's just face it, she got snubbed. So yeah,
Yeah, Jordan. Does X bring you back to that old folks home when you screamed?
Oh yeah. Like,
did you hear that story? Jordan actually, this old lady snuck up behind Jordan in the middle of the night at this like old folks home, and she couldn't talk. And he turns around and she's an inch away from his face.
Yeah, like just like right,
oh god,
like, right in my face. I used to work in the medical field. I've had a lot of like creepy experiences with both people. I walked in, like there's a lady that like she wanted some extra with her lunch, and so I went to go from the cafeteria that was around the corner, come back, and she's dead there. Like it's just crazy. Like I've just had some weird experiences. Yeah. So, but anyways, yeah, X gets my vote. Yeah. But
yeah, I'll tell you. I 2 years ago, one of the last movies I had a chance to see before my guild. I'm in a film critics guild here in Central Florida. And one of the last movies, we were really chomping at the bit to get this movie because we couldn't really vote until we got it. And we finally got it the first week in December. And that was The Tragedy of Macbeth. And everybody was like waiting for this movie so we could see it. And, and it's got the Shakespearean dialogue and Denzel Washington and Brendan Gleeson and all these people. Corey Howard, I think is his name. I mean, it's got this fantastic cast, but the sets. I know it had really good cinematography considering the set. It was all on a sound stage, and they had these kind of fake looking sets and stuff, but they really did a nice job making the sets look good with the cinematography and the lighting and stuff. But when I saw X, I was absolutely blown away. I mean, Mia Goth was fantastic, and it took me a while I was watching the movie to realize she was the old lady. She was playing two roles in that movie. And the 70s. Took me
a while to figure it out too, yeah.
And the 70s is my jam. I love the 70s. So I love movies set in the 70s and stuff. And this whole porn crew goes to this house and these old people are killing. I mean, how could you dream something like that up? And then of course, Pearl. Later on, you're like, wow, this girl is an absolute star. Now we're gonna get the third one. So see what happens when she goes to Hollywood next year. But yeah, I mean, I really, really, really love The Tragedy of Macbeth, considering it had to be a really expensive to get all that cast, but the budget had to be low because of the production value. But to make it look as good as it did, I give them a lot of credit, but I have to go with Pearl here. I mean, X here. My bad.
X, yeah. Yeah, and I'll just say that I saw Mia Goth in Infinity Pool. That is not a movie for me. She's great in it, though. She's phenomenal in it. But the rest of the movie is so weird. I didn't really like Infinity Pool for me. But Ross,
that will be on the.
I'm gonna go with
yeah.
I'm gonna go with the X. Tragedy of Macbeth. I'm not really. I can't really understand Shakespeare no matter how much I try. I do enjoy Shakespeare, but and I didn't really like X. I like Pearl way better, but still X. Because of Mia Goth's performance, and then Jenna Ortega's performance too.
Oh yeah, and Malcolm with the pun in the comment section. Just when that X didn't give it to me. Oh,
wow.
Waka. Yeah, but
even though Mike said though that movie Studio 666, he says she's not really in it either.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Wolf, what do you think?
So, X marks the spot. Malcolm.
Yep.
But no, it's a tragedy that none of y'all, other than one of y'all on this panel, have seen Tragedy of Macbeth, because this movie is brilliant. This was absolutely phenomenal. I think that this movie is so I took Shakespeare in high school. I did a lot of Shakespeare plays, all that stuff, and we learned about the rhythms of boom, 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 like the ways that you have to speak. There's an actual way you have to do your syllables each time you say a Shakespeare monologue, And you can tell these actors were Shakespearean actors because they got it to a T, like perfect. That's why my personal pick to like have won the Oscar that year would have probably been Denzel Washington for this movie. Like I thought he was phenomenal because of how he just was able to capture that. But yeah, it was just such a phenomenal movie. The cinematography was beautiful, like some of the best cinematography I've ever seen in my life. It was absolutely stunning. And Frances McDormand is great in this movie. You have Brendan Gleeson in there. Corey Hawkins is his name. Harry Melling is in this movie. The guy from The Green Knight and The Witch. I forget his name, but he's also in this. And Stephen Root. Stephen Root is in this movie. There's a lot of really good actors in here. Directed by Joe Cohen too. One of the Coen brothers. Like he did an incredible job. And yeah, to me, an X was a great like grindhouse homage to the grindhouse era 70s horror movies like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, stuff like that. And to me, the scariest slasher movie ever made is the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. So that's why it's like that always has had that special place in my heart. And seeing X, it had that's just like I've seen this movie as far as rewatchability, this one would take the vote. But I actually, since I like Pearl a little more than X, I'll actually give the Love, the Tragedy, and Macbeth here because I think this movie is phenomenal. I think more people need to see this. Like it blew me away.
And can I just say one thing real quick? I know I had my time, but yeah. Now this was a well-deserved Oscar nomination for Denzel Washington. This is where I'm right with Wolfman. He should have won his second Oscar for this. Not Reuben J. Esquire or whatever it was called. He was incredible. He said this dialogue like it was like his back of his hand. It was so easy. It came so easy to him, and that's what really gravitated me towards the Tragedy of Macbeth along with the cinematography. So I just wanted to say that real quick. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Well, Austin, what do you think?
Haven't seen Macbeth, so X gets my vote. I like it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
It's literally worth just getting a free Apple TV Plus subscription and then canceling it just to watch Tragedy.
You get 7 days.
It's that good.
Well, this was totally random. I didn't plan this, but I remember this when I put the bracket together. We got Pearl.
There you go.
versus Borg versus McEnroe.
And you get Tetris too. If you get an Apple subscription for 7 days, you get
and then
Tetris.
You also get like Severance and Ted Lasso too. So
yes,
yes.
You
get all that.
If you could do all that in 7 days, go for
it. Yeah, right. Who's up first then? Dan. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Am I up again, or is it Ross?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
I think it's Ross this time.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Pearl.
I went last. Well, I went last because Jordan went first. And
you're right. So
now it goes to Dan.
It's Dan. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
in front of me.
I'll tell you what. I don't. Obviously, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'm a huge sports fan. And when I was a kid, a massive rivalry. I mean, I was a big fan of tennis. I mean, Jimmy Connors, John McEnroe, Yvonne Lendl, Bjorn Borg, Becker, Agassi, Chang, all these guys. I was following tennis religiously. And I'll tell you what, as a kid, I just remember this rivalry is just such a huge rivalry. And this is the spoiler alert. This technically, I've been reviewing movies for years and years and years, but the first written review that I ever wrote was Borg McEnroe. And I'll tell you what, Matthias Schoenaerts and Shia LaBeouf are fantastic in this movie. They really play up this rivalry. But, I mean, Mia Goth coming off of X, and then in Pearl, she just takes it to another level. And the fact that it's the same director and he puts out 2 movies in the same year, it was a fluke accident when COVID hit. He ended up doing both of these movies back to back in Australia because they couldn't really leave where they were or whatever. So they were kind of quarantined to that part of where they were, and they ended up doing 2 movies. And now we're going to get a third one Maxine, or I think it's called. And I mean, she is just incredible in Pearl. I mean, Mia Goth, whoever said she deserves an Oscar nomination this year and didn't get it,
Yep,
you're absolutely right. That would have been one of the craziest Oscar nominations ever, but well deserved because she did an incredible job. I mean, just I can't say enough about Mia Goth, and she was really good at Infinity Pool. But that movie, wow, what a wacky, crazy, wild ride.
It's wacky.
But also, Alexander Skarsgård was great in that too. I love Alex. He's doing some interesting work lately. Alexander Skarsgård has been. But I got to go with Pearl, unfortunately, for Borg McEnroe, even though I really liked it a lot.
Yeah. Ross, what do you think?
Pearl. You know, I haven't seen Borg McEnroe, but it does interest me kind of. But I like Pearl a lot. You know.
Yeah, sounds good. Wolf, what do you think?
Borg McEnroe is one of the blind spots I have. I still need to see this one. I really want to see it. I put it on here because it was pretty popular when it came out, and it also we have a Shia LaBeouf A24 movie, and so I thought, hey, you know, it'd be fun to have a Shia LaBeouf Neon movie and a Shia LaBeouf A24 movie on here. But and I just realized, wow, Austin did not mean for this to happen. This is funny, but Shia LaBeouf and Mia Goth used to date each other, and so
really, I didn't know that.
And so now they're going up against each other. That's funny. But yeah, so for me though, I was blown away by Pearl. I agree. She should have been that like ending monologue she has alone. That should have been her Oscar clip. She should have been nominated. I would have taken Michelle Williams out, and I would have put in Mia Goth. She made our list for our top 12 actresses who were in horror that weren't nominated for Oscars but should have. Like that performance, just God, it was a powerhouse performance and one of the top 5 best performances of that year in general. So. And it was like an ode to like the Wizard of Oz era kind of movies, like the, you know, Technicolor kind of films. Like, I mean, this movie has now made the Scarecrow and Wizard of Oz a fucked up image for me. So like this, it's a very, very good movie. So I am definitely going to give this to Pearl.
Yeah. Well, Austin, what do you say?
Pearl.
All right.
Okay. Well, you guys are saying enough people for like 3 people, so I'm just gonna keep it to my vote, honestly.
Okay.
So
sure. Yeah.
yeah.
This one for me might be the toughest matchup, just because the level that I enjoy these movies, because Shia LaBeouf, what he's able to do to encompass John McEnroe. He gets the rage, he gets like the like outburst, he gets like all the things in there. Like he may not really look exactly like him, but I mean still like he encompasses the way that he was though. And the guy that plays Bjorn Borg, it's like a Swedish actor.
Matthias Schoenaerts.
Yeah, that guy. yeah. He's really great too in it, and like really like has that intensity and like the seriousness and that. So the movie's really, really good. But man, like even though I like X slightly more than Pearl, like Mia Goth's performance was better in Pearl out of the 2 movies. And so I think for that, I gotta give it to Pearl, because when you see some of those haunting images, like when she's sitting at the dinner table and they have like all the dead bodies, like just like props up at the table, that's like a really creepy, haunting image, and like you just kind of see the like psychopath within her. So yeah, I gotta go with Pearl.
All right.
So
okay, got Ex Machina.
Fuck!
Oh shoot!
What?
Oh, talk about the hardest matchup last time, maybe this. Yeah.
Told you guys.
Man,
I told you guys you weren't gonna like some of these matchups.
Yeah.
Ross.
Who's up first?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Ross.
Go ahead.
Ross, you're first.
Okay. I do like Ex Machina, right? It's a good movie, but Room was my favorite movie that year. So I'm going to go with Room.
Yeah.
Wolfman.
Wolf.
Oh,
yeah.
God, I'm next? Okay.
Jordan's back, though.
Yep. Okay.
Oh,
Let's
so
put him back in. Got here just in time for one of the hardest matchups.
Yeah, I had to chime up because I got to vote on this one.
Yeah, right.
yeah,
But
this is
Wolf.
this is definitely the hardest matchup so far because they both, I believe, came out in the same year. But
yeah,
but man, oh god, this is hard because Room so emotionally impacted me. But like Ex Machina terrified me. This movie like made me so scared of artificial intelligence. I'm still paranoid to this day that like my computer, my phone that I'm filming this on right now is just gonna like get a mind of its own and literally kill me. Like I am paranoid out of my mind because of this movie. This movie has like completely just messed with my head and messed me up. And I think and it's an Oscar winner for best visual effects, which is like awesome. And then also the just like the performances here, just and I'm in it, because everyone says I look like Domhnall Gleeson. So hey,
yeah, right. Yeah, there
so
you go.
so I'm in it. So, but man, this is hard because Brie Larson, everyone who's all like, "Ew, Captain Marvel," y'all have not watched Room, and y'all have not watched Short Term 12. She is a phenomenal actress. I don't care what y'all say about Captain Marvel. Well, that's whatever. That's its own thing. That's as Matthew McConaughey says in Wolf of Wall Street, that's fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It's not in the. It's not in the realm. Like this is like this movie. Just her performance. Oh my goodness, it's so good in this. Oh god, this is so hard. Okay, Any Meeny Miny Mo, Ex Machina. I'll pick that just because that's higher up on my A24 list. But man, this is hard.
Yeah. Well, Austin?
Not as hard for me. Room's good. I've only watched it once. I've watched Ex Machina 5 or 6 times, so it's pretty easy for me. I'm going Ex Machina.
Yeah, like Ex Machina is one I saw multiple times in theaters because I was working at a theater at the time, a different theater than what I did for 2019. But and yeah, when I saw it, like I was championing it pretty hard to all my coworkers and like family and friends. Like, what's this movie? Ex Machina, X, like they couldn't pronounce it, and like no, and like I did to I sell people on it, but like it was really really good. And once people went to go see it, like there wasn't anyone who really came away disappointed. And the Room's really great. Like Brie Larson is really good, but I just gravitate towards Ex Machina like way more. So I'll go Ex Machina.
Yeah,
Dan.
I'll tell you what. You got two Best Actress winners going up against each other here. Obviously, not Alicia Vikander did not win for Ex Machina. She didn't even get nominated for it, which is a tragedy in and of itself. Ridiculous. But one of my biggest pet peeves is there isn't an Academy Award category for 18 and under actor-actress. Put them together, have 5, and you can put boys and girls in there together. Jacob Tremblay gives a phenomenal performance in this movie, and he really does some good work in like with the Good Boys, and he's some other thing. Brie Larson also, Wolfman said, I would say the Glass Castle. She's in that with Woody Harrelson, and she's fantastic in the Glass Castle. Brie Larson is a great actor when you give her the material that any actor needs to give a great performance. But I think, unfortunately for Room, and it's not that I don't love this movie because I was just like audibly crying for when I watched this movie Room for the first time. I actually fought for Ex Machina to get into a screening in my area when I was going to screens. Like, why aren't we getting this movie? You call up the studio in Miami, say, hey man, we need to screen this movie. We finally got it. We were in a little bandbox theater. I'll tell you what, wow, absolutely wow. I'm right there with you, Wolfman. It makes you be afraid of technology and computer intelligence and that sort of stuff. And just the makeup and the whole look of her character in the movie is just ridiculous. Just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean you can meddle with some of these types of things. Just kind of just go on vacations and eat food, go see concerts. Don't be doing all this crazy stuff with technology stuff with all that money you got out there, people. Jeff Bezos and all these other guys out there. But yeah, I love Room. Oh my God, I love Room. But I have to go slightly. I mean, the slightest slight Ex Machina.
Yeah, like the artificial intelligence. It's coming whether we like it or not. It's basically already here. So yeah, we'll see where it goes. But JPO, what do you think?
Yeah, it's a good round. Well, I do give a lot of credit to Room. It's a really heartbreaking tale. Even when she gets home, it continues to be heartbreaking. But Ex Machina, to me, I don't know, that movie ruled to me, man. If you ever watch my channel, I always got a clip of Oscar Isaac dancing. I love the hell out of that movie. So I gotta go Ex Machina.
Yeah, it'll be Ex Machina.
Ex Machina. All right, got Green Room and The Lighthouse. They're not going to get easier. All right.
Gosh,
I'll tell you what's so interesting to me when we get to my turn. But
yeah, right.
Jordan goes first since he came back in, or what?
We'll come back around to him. I put him back in the rotation.
We'll come back.
Yeah, God, this is a good matchup because, Green Room is sort of like it was sort of like A24's first slasher film. If you think about it, like it was kind of like because of the like kills in this movie and stuff like that. It was actually, but it was very, very well done. Rest in peace, Anton Yelchin, who just was excellent in this film. But they made Patrick Stewart scary. Like he was terrifying. He had this very calm demeanor to him, and he was just that made him all the more just terrifying in this movie. But like The Lighthouse was something that like maybe it was the theater I went to when I saw it or something. It blew me away because I went to this like theater, this indie theater, but it was like they were like test screening auditorium, so the screen was smaller and the sound was a little bit more distorted. But honestly, that kind of made it better because it sounded like and looked more like a movie that was from that era because of how it's shot and everything and like what it's resembling. And so like it actually kind of inserted me more into the film. And Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe both were robbed of Oscars. I thought they were both excellent in this movie. I was so glad I was nominated for cinematography though, because the cinematography in the movie is beautifully breathtaking, and just like the score, just on a technical level, everything here is just so well done. Just like I've seen this movie so many times, and like the allegories in this film, like oh my goodness, like it still sticks with me a lot. And in a way, this is one of the few movies that like I watch it and you can actually watch it, and on several different watches you can actually see entirely different genres in this movie. It's like kind of interesting. It's like the first time I watched it, I saw a horror movie. The second time I watched it, I saw this like actually wacky comedy. And it's like there's all these different kinds of genres you can see in this movie on like different rewatches. So like it's very, very well done. So The Lighthouse for me.
Yeah. Well, Austin, what do you think?
Yeah, I like both of these movies. It's pretty close, but The Lighthouse is my kind of bonkers, and I kind of dig it. So I'm going to go Lighthouse on this one.
Yeah, well, for me, like these are like both movies that I want to love, but they're not quite there. They're just things about each one that are just kind of bring it down a little bit for me. One, for The Green Room, it's way too gory for me. I'm not a big gore in the person. There's literally like a scene where the guy gets shot right in the face, and then it instantly turns to hamburger meat, and like just weird. I don't know, like the way that Anton Yelchin gets his arm hacked over and over again, and like I mean, but it's good though. It's like elements that like a lot of people want in horror movies. I mean, I just like I'm not a gross out kind of a person, but I love horror. But and then The Lighthouse just has like some kind of weird kind of nuanced things they're like them, like the way that they speak and they're like screaming at each other, and then you got a weird masturbation scene with Robert Pattinson's character, which is funny because I watched The Whale recently. That's got one too, and so I mean, but it doesn't like ruin the movies for me by any means. But it just makes it so like I'm not gonna say that I love either of these, but but just slightly, I think I'll give it to Green Room. I don't know if I'll be voting for it a lot going forward, but I'll vote for it here. It's the Green Room. Yeah. Dan?
Yeah, I mean, to watch a movie and Patrick Stewart is playing a neo-Nazi, you're just saying to yourself, am I in the right place here? I mean, it was ridiculous that Patrick Stewart is what brilliant casting, Patrick Stewart as a neo-Nazi. I mean, you just can't even imagine that kind of casting. But I had, Wolfman, this is so weird, man. We have so many things in common with some of the things you're saying. I was in a screen, and this is, once again, another movie where I had to fight for the studio to get us a screening of this. And then we finally get the screening. There's a blue dot in the middle of the screen, like this big old blue, like you could see something's wrong. One of the lights in the projector was broken. And then it was in the middle of the movie, and then there was something else wrong with the theater when we were watching this movie. And the editor of one of my sites, he gets up. I mean, the whole theater shakes when this guy gets up, and he starts running out. That damn projector's broken. He's yelling at the theater people because we waited so long to finally see the lighthouse, and we were really looking forward to it. And so that kind of really clouded my judgment on the lighthouse for a long, long time. And I had to put it in my review. I had to write a review that was not very good for the lighthouse. But as I watched it on my nice 4K 75-inch TV later on, I had a much better experience with it. And that cinematography Oscar nomination, well deserved. The chemistry between Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson is incredible. This is why Robert Pattinson, I've been telling people for years what a great actor he is. And of course, Willem Dafoe has just been on a roll with a lot of this type of indie type of things he's been doing. But Robert Eggers, The Witch, The Lighthouse, The Northman, the guy is just, he has this folk horror kind of thing going on. And his next movie is going to be Dracula, or some variation of Dracula, I don't know, or Nosferatu, I believe. Yeah. So, I mean, the guy is just a great auteur director. And a lot of these A24 and Neon movies are by these directors. You're like, this is the kind of stuff we need to see more of, even though I'm a big fan of like the Nolan, Scorsese's and those guys and Spielberg. I want more of this kind of stuff. So very slightly, even though I had one of the worst experiences ever when I first saw The Lighthouse, months later I saw it again and I had a much better experience. So I'm going to go with The Lighthouse. Very, very thin margin for The Lighthouse.
Yeah.
Someone playing Super Mario? What's going on?
Yeah.
I had my someone. I keep on getting phone calls today for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Well, turn your Yoshi ring off. Yeah. I never got around to the Lighthouse. I really dug Green Room though. It's a big, just violent. I think kind of almost like a masterpiece. It's a violent masterpiece. Of course, you mentioned Yelchin, Stewart, even Leah Shawkett, who you kind of know from like Arrested Development. I think she's really good in this here. Good people, the wrong place at the wrong time. Things get violent. Green Room.
Yeah. Well, Ross, what do you think?
Okay, I do like Green Room, but The Lighthouse is the greatest Super Mario movie ever made. So that's yep. Okay.
Yeah,
because it is a Super Mario movie. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because like if you look at The Lighthouse behind the scenes pictures in color, he's dressed just like Mario. Literally, see?
Watch it.
Oh wow.
Watch it in color. Oh yeah. Yeah, there you go. Nice. All right.
Next we go.
Can you move that down slightly? Can you just slightly move that down or no? Down.
Oh, the other way. Yeah.
It's Wild Rose and Infinity Pool. Is what we've got.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Who's up first?
Me. I haven't seen Wild Rose. Hadn't heard of Wild Rose. Haven't seen Infinity Pool yet. Meant to try to see it in theaters, but didn't get to it. Much more likely to watch that with Mia Goth, so I'll go with Infinity Pool.
Yeah. Just prepare yourself for a weird experience.
I've seen way more weird movies than you, Jordan. So.
Well, yeah, I know that, but like this movie, just like I didn't expect it to be this weird. Like. Yeah, like I went in.
Jordan, you haven't watched.
Already prepared for a weird ride.
You haven't watched Society yet, so relax.
No,
okay. You want to see weird? Watch Society.
Yeah, but Yeah, I don't know much about Wild Rose. Anyone seen it? Do you know what it's about?
So
Yeah.
yeah.
You want to say Wolfman?
Yeah, it's about this girl who she just got out of prison, but she has sort of dreams to she has a child and all that. And she's trying to pursue a dream of like becoming a country star, and it's really good. And Jessie Buckley stars in this film, and was actually nominated for a BAFTA award for this movie, which was pretty cool. And then
not an Oscar. She didn't get an Oscar nomination for that.
No, a lot of people thought because of the BAFTA nom, a lot of people thought she was going to get an Oscar nom, but she missed out on the Oscar nom for it. But the one song in here called Glasgow. What is it called? It's like Glasgow Take Me Home, I think is what it's called, or something
Fantastic.
like that. That song is I don't think it got a Best Original Song nomination too, which was insane.
What?
That song should have won the Oscar that year. Like this is a very beautiful, very tender, and just moving like film about family, about making your dreams a reality, about redemption, about so many great themes in there. So I highly recommend Wild Rose to like anyone.
Yeah. Well, cool. It doesn't really sound like a movie that I would be into, so I'm probably gonna go with Infinity Pool. But and with Infinity Pool, I'm just going for it based on performances alone. I didn't really like the movie overall, but I thought the Mia Goth was fantastic. Also, Alexander Skarsgård was fantastic. So for the performances, I'll go with Infinity Pool. So
yeah, I'll tell you what. Infinity Pool is an absolutely wild. When I heard about this movie that was going to premiere at Sundance, I was like, I have got to see this movie. And I wasn't prepared for what I was watching, but I knew Mia Goth was in it and Alexander Skarsgård. So I said, I know I'm going to like this movie just because of that. And I also like Possessor, Brandon Cronenberg's his last movie. So I was like, well, I like Possessor, I like Skarsgård, I like Goth. I've got to see this movie. And I'll tell you right now, this is the kind of film David Cronenberg should be making more of, because this movie was fantastic. And I absolutely loved it. It was, I think, of all my Sundance films,
it was his son, I think, is what it was.
Yeah. David Cronenberg's son, Brandon Cronenberg.
Yeah.
This was, I believe, my top of all the Sundance movies I saw this year. And Mia Goth, you think she's crazy in Pearl. You think she's crazy in X. She's off the freaking reservation in Infinity Pool. And you just can't help but love it. You're just all in. And then Skarsgård, what they got him doing. I mean, they couldn't have chose two better people for this wild, wacky. He went to Sundance. Skarsgård goes to Sundance wearing a dog collar, and people are like walking him around like a dog. And if you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about.
That's awesome.
But I'll tell you what, I have got to champion Wild Rose. Jessie Buckley. I didn't know who the hell Jessie Buckley was before I saw Wild Rose. And after I saw Wild Rose, I wanted to see everything she was in ever since, even though I hated Men. But she's not bad in Men. The movie's bad. She's not bad. But the fact of the matter of this British woman or Irish woman who wants to be a country music star, you're like, that's weird. How many people from England and in those countries try to be a country music? That was the interesting part about it. And she kind of, that song, oh my God, Wolfman, wow, that freaking song was incredible, so freaking good. So unfortunately for Infinity Pool, I'm going to give it to Wild Rose because I just want to champion that film and Jessie Buckley.
Yeah. Well, JPO, what do you think?
I did get to Infinity Pool this week, slightly because I was interested here. You know, Mia Goth is kind of on a roll right now, and I like Skarsgård too. He's an interesting actor too, man. Even like small spots on he was really weird on Atlanta this season with Donald Glover. I didn't totally love it. I dug Possessor more. I just thought this one sometimes it was more weird for the sake of weirdness, not necessarily always. I think have for the overall plot, which also just didn't intrigue me as much. Definitely did want to see Wild Rose, just one of those small ones that never really came to where I was, and then I just never got around to it. But I'll give it an infinity pool here. There's enough interesting things happening. I didn't love it as much as I wanted to, though.
Yeah, sounds good.
I do want to see both because, like, I'm a Justin Buckley fan after Women Talking, but I'm gonna go with Infinity Pool because it interests me more.
Yeah. Well, Wolf.
Well, yeah, I'm going to be again championing Wild Rose. Ginger represent, because Jessie Buckley just was excellent in this movie. This is like my introduction to her. I was like, okay, who's this? And then like I think it was whenever I watched like The Lost Daughter or something, I was like, okay, she's actually really like blowing me away now. She's actually like a really, really great actress. And yeah, this film, guys, like, God, it's on Hulu. Like, you can watch it on Hulu. Definitely check it out. Like, you are not going. This is a crowd pleaser. So I think this is a movie that you would like, Jordan. I think this is a movie that Austin would like. I think this is a movie that a lot of people would like because it really just has that like uplifting kind of personality to it, and it's just so heartwarming and just heartfelt and emotional. And I thought, yeah, that song is called Glasgow. No Place Like Home. At least listen to that song. Oh my goodness, it's so good. It is so good. And I'm so mad at the Academy for not nominating that song. This film is phenomenal, and I think that Wild Rose should be in the Elite Eight, but unfortunately.
What won that year, Wolf? I'm so curious. What won that year?
I have to look it up now.
Somebody look that up.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. That song is so freaking good. Look at this. Possessor.
All right, yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, that's the way the wheel happens. So it is what it is.
So crazy. This is so weird.
So all right, Possessor and The Farewell.
So Austin, you voted for Infinity Pool?
I went first.
Oh, you went first. For some reason, I thought you hadn't voted yet. I was like you just skipped yourself. Yeah.
No, I went first. Possessor and The Farewell, Jordan.
I haven't seen The Possessor. Sounds like a horror movie. I don't know, but
it's another Brandon. It's the other Brandon Cronenberg horror movie.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's like that, I don't know. Like, but I mean, like, I like David Cronenberg, but I don't know. Like the Infinity Pool was just weird, but the farewell blew me away. Like, it's just such a simple story about like reconnecting with family and like Awkwafina, like when she goes back to China to see some of her family she hasn't seen for years and years, and then she's like worried about leaving if she's ever going to see her grandma again, and then it's just this like really kind of like emotional ride of just like what the family goes through, because there's some humor in it a little bit, but like just more kind of like just the emotional tones are just really, really good. I'm a big Awkwafina fan, so I'll watch her in almost anything. So yeah, I'll go with The Farewell.
I'll tell you what. I just got done talking about Brandon Cronenberg and Possessor. I'll tell you, this is your girl who slipped into the Oscar race this year, Best Actress Oscar race, who's in Possessor. What's her name? Come on, guys, help me out.
Andrea Riseborough.
Andrea Riseborough. She's in Possessor. She's fantastic in Possessor. Also, the kind of indie actor, Chris something or other.
Abbott?
Chris Abbott. Guy.
He's good.
He pops up from
a lot of things
from time to time and things. You say, oh, there he's in that. Remember the one where the 3, 2, 1, whatever? The two guys had like a suicide pact
on the count of three.
On the count of three. Yeah. That's it.
That was so good.
Yeah, I saw
I'm just here to fill in your gaps. Keep going.
No, I appreciate you helping me out. I just have so much on my mind, Jordan. I can't remember everything. But I saw that at 2 Sundances ago on the count of 3. But they're fantastic in Possessor. This is where technology, you say to yourself, very interesting. You know, I don't know if I would totally go for this kind of technology, but it's very interesting technology for the fact that you take over somebody's body, you try to investigate a murder or some kind of crime or whatever. Very futuristic kind of movie, but very good. But I'm right with Jordan here. Awkwafina goes dramatic, and wow, does she give a phenomenal performance in The Favorite. This movie completely ridiculously robbed of a bunch of Oscars. I was shocked that this movie didn't get more Academy Award love, especially. We got another grandma in this one. Well, this is the first of the grandmas. Then the Minari grandma came the next year. But this grandma is so good in this as well. But unfortunately for Possessor, I gotta go with The Farewell. It's one of those emotional movies. Another one that made me cry.
Yeah, well, one of these years I got to get to the Sundance Festival because I only live 2.5 hours away. I'm just across the Idaho border, so I'm like pretty close to it. So I got to go one of these days. But JPO, what do you think here?
I got to get off on the bracket sometimes. It's like matches that are meant to be. I think we got to go for Cronenberg versus Cronenberg here, right?
Sure.
No, this is the one I mentioned before. That I dug this one more. I actually was also wrapped up in kind of the story and the technology, and Riseborough is really good. So yeah, I'm gonna go for Possessor here.
Yeah. Ross, what do you think?
I'm gonna go with The Farewell only because I'm rewatching Shang-Chi and I forget how good Awkwafina can be. So I'm gonna go with The Farewell, and plus like how good that movie is. I forgot. I always liked it. I just forgot how great it is. But I'm gonna go with The Farewell.
It's one of the movies that had me crying near the end. So yeah.
Too, guys, the people that say like, oh, Andrew Riseborough did not deserve her nomination, did not watch the movie because she was scary good.
Yeah. Well, Wolf, what do you think?
So yeah, man, this is a good matchup too. But I will say that we could either do Cronenberg versus Cronenberg, or I could wait it out and hope we get Minari versus The Farewell, because that would be
that'd be cool
as well. But man, this is because to me, like, Possessor was very interesting sci-fi, but The Farewell, like, I think The Farewell it touched me on on levels that films haven't really touched me in a while, especially because I was watching it. When I watched it, it was around the phase. My grandma passed away in 2020, but like it was around when she was starting to really worsen and get more sick, and so like watching this about the grandma and everything, like it just emotionally affected me around this time, and you feel like you could, like I said this about Minari, you feel like you could spend time with this family for hours. You just get so invested into this family. You feel like you could be with them just on their journey together for like 3 hours of the movie, and you wouldn't even notice. Like it is so good. The acting is so good. The writing, and I was shocked at how well Awkwafina did in this movie. But like, she made me just tear up. She was phenomenal. Everyone was phenomenal here. This is definitely one of A24's best, and it did win an award. It won Best Picture at the Independent Spirit Awards. So that was one cool thing it did win. But and that made me really happy. But man, what a good film that is. So I'm gonna have to go with Farewell.
Yeah, Austin.
Possessor, because Awkwafina's puffy face annoys me.
Sure.
Jesus.
Yeah. Wow. I thought maybe you weren't a huge fan of her.
I'm not a fan of Awkwafina.
So. He's more of an Awkwafina.
Okay. Well, Jordan's not a fan of Kristen Stewart, but she can be a great actress.
So I'm not gonna. I hate to be that guy. We're at a 2-hour mark. We're only halfway through. Guys, I'm gonna lay the hammer down big time with this other side.
Yeah. Keep the comments a little short.
If you guys go over 30 seconds, I'm gonna play you off with Oscar music. Sorry to do this, but we're gonna have to do that because we cannot have a 5-hour show tonight. It's not gonna happen. So, and we have a whole other side to do, plus the inner brackets. So I'm just saying that straight up.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. Like I said, I'll let you guys.
No, we're all passionate.
Have your fun on I know you're passionate, but this is tournament fights, and I got to work at 4 a.m. I can't be here till 2 a.m. It happen. So so watch your time. I will play you off if I feel like you're going too long. So, and I'm not trying to be a dick, but that's the way it's going to be. So,
okay.
Yeah. Co-host. So that's the way it's going to be. So,
Just keep it to about 30 seconds. That's
keep it at 30 seconds, guys, because you guys are keeping it to about 5 minutes in the last round. So, we're gonna have to hammer down here. So, all right, we're gonna start with Beach Rats and the Whale, and we're gonna go to Dan first.
Wow, we got a film on here that I have not seen, and so because of that, I have. Well, Brendan Fraser wins the Oscar. I wanted him to win the Oscar. I love The Whale. I've seen it multiple times. The Whale.
Okay.
Yeah. What GPO?
When I was a young boy and my father took me to the river, bear with me.
30 seconds.
5, 4.
No.
It's the same thing here. I'm not even sure what Beach Rats is. The Whale is fantastic. Top 5 of the last year. Oscar-worthy performance for Whale.
Yeah. Ross.
The Whale, and then like my friend does not want to watch it because he says it's manipulative, and I said no, it's not. So I'm gonna go with The Whale, and then like I will enjoy my YouTube password so he can watch it.
Yeah, he let me watch it, so that's cool. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Wolf, what do you think?
So the reason I put Beach Rats on here real quick is just because it's from Eliza Hittman, who I still need to see Beach Rats, but she directed Never, Rarely, Sometimes, Always, and I love that movie. That movie is fantastic. But I have seen The Whale in theaters, and that film blew me away. It was brilliant. Darren Aronofsky, great. Brendan Fraser won the Oscar, deserved. So The Whale.
Yeah. Austin.
Yeah, fairly simple. I haven't seen Beach Rats, saw The Whale, really liked it, great performance. So yeah, I really enjoyed The Whale, so I'll go with The Whale.
Yeah, I haven't seen Beach Rats either. I don't know too much about it, but I'll look into it. But The Whale, like, just all about that performance by Brendan Fraser. Like, it's just so good. And it's a great movie that's confined to just one location, and also like just watching for the first time today is when I saw it, and like there's even things I can relate to, like when the missionary keeps coming over. I've been a missionary for my church. I know about all that stuff, and like you gotta kind of like pressure people, but not really, like in a way, kind of find that balance of and yeah, it's kind of interesting, and then for everyone who's ever known someone, I know I have, who has medical issues, but they don't want to go to the freaking hospital. They just don't really like it, and so it just causes issues. So yeah, there's some relatable things, and yeah, I thought it was great. So I'll go with The Whale. And at the end, like, who doesn't cry at the end of The Whale? I mean, yeah,
I sobbed. I was a fucking baby.
Yeah, too. No, like. Ashton was like trying to say like, I'm not gonna cry, and then that one line happened with Sadie saying she sees me sobbing, and then she goes, "Damn it, Ross!" and then she starts to sob herself.
Oh, what's Teton going up against?
You're crying.
Teton going up against
Teton. You don't know what it's going up against. We'll find out. It's going up against Loose. Or the one you guys referenced earlier. So JPO is up on this one.
Oh, sure. Guy has sex with a horse, not worthy enough for the bracket, but girl has sex with a car. Got to throw it on there. Whatever. I hope people understood the joke I made. If not, that sounds weird. I actually never saw Entertain. I did see Loose. This is kind of, again, another Calvin Harrison movie that I feel like kind of went under the radar here. This is just, it's dialogue driven at its best here. The 4 people you see on the poster, fucking bring it. They are wonderful. Again, another movie that just, I'm not even sure why. I think I had $5 and it was a new release on Vudu that was only $5 and I went, sure, whatever. And I really liked it. So my vote's going to be for Loose.
Yeah. Ross?
I'm going to go with Teton. I remember like my film class showed it. So yeah, but Loose, I do like the kid. I do like the Calvin Harrison. Like he was also great in Cyrano. So but I'm going to go with Teton.
Yeah, wow, your film class showed at Teton. That's pretty intense. Yeah.
Trust me, it is. It is.
Well, Wolf,
so Loose. I have seen this. I watched this movie as an independent Spirit Award screener. It was very good, great cast. But Teton, oh my god, did this blow me away? Julia Ducournau did Raw in this, and if she keeps on going at this rate, she may become my favorite horror director working today. Like, she is insane. This movie shouldn't work, but works on so many levels. This film is a masterpiece. Like, this is my second favorite movie of 2021. This is so good, and I highly, highly recommend it. It's on Hulu. I own the Blu-ray. Go see Teton, guys. It may sound weird, but this is like Cronenberg meets like so many other things. It is so good. It's just, yeah.
Yeah. Sounds good. Austin.
Yeah, I haven't seen Loose. I'm interested though because I'm a big Tim Roth fan, so I'm interested because of that. But yeah, Teton, I didn't get a chance to see in the theater, but I blind bought the Blu-ray when it was available, even just based on the reputation of Raw and stuff like that. So yeah, didn't disappoint. It's properly nuts. So yeah, I'll vote for Teton.
Yeah, so I haven't seen Loose, so I can't really say much, but yeah, Titan or Titan or like however you pronounce it, but yeah, this movie's crazy, like really really like just like nuts and like what's her face is just like hellbent on like murder, like just going crazy and yeah, as far as horror movies go, like it's a really crazy intense ride. It's a little much for me in parts, but I mean I still really enjoy it. So yeah, I'll vote for Titan or Titan, however you say it. Yeah, but Dan.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Titan as well. What a crazy! I mean, girl has sex with a car, has a metal baby, and all this craziness. Loose though, you know, when it comes, because I've worked for schools for 20 years of my life and dealt with high school kids and teachers and parents. You know, you get these parents where they think their kids can do no wrong, and sometimes these kids actually are doing things wrong. But very, very realistic as far as teachers and students and parents. It's just, I say keep an eye on your kids a little bit better and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. But I'm going with Titan. What a crazy, crazy wild ride. Wow, just crazy.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's move on. All right,
Titan.
we're doing good, guys. I appreciate it. This is much better. Yeah, we're doing very good. Okay, let's keep it going with Flea and yeah,
Midsommar.
Flea
Okay.
and Midsommar, and Ross will be up first on this one.
I'm gonna go with Flea only because I haven't seen Midsommar. I was supposed to watch it, but life happened. You know, but Flea is actually weird because like it's an animated documentary, so that's really cool. So I'm gonna go with Flea.
Yeah. Wolf, what do you think?
So I attended Sundance the first time it was virtual, and Flea was one of the movies that was there, and I missed it, but they had like an award screening or something like that, and so I was like, oh, okay, dope, I can still watch Flea, and oh my god, this blew me away. Like, I was just in tears and it's hard. But real quick, this is just what it's about. It says Flea tells the story of Amin Nawabi as he grapples with a painful secret that he's kept hidden for 20 years, one that threatens to derail the life he has built for himself and his soon-to-be husband. Recounted mostly through animation to director Jonas Kor Rasmussen, he tells for the first time the story of his extraordinary journey as a child refugee from Afghanistan. And this it has to do with that, but it also has to do with like being homosexual in a country like that where you will be like beaten or, you know, like killed if you're that way. Like it's like the way that this movie portrays that, it's just so emotional, so relatable even in parts, and it's beautiful. The animation's stunning. Midsommar, another film that blew me away. Florence Pugh, excellent in this film. But I'm actually going to go Flea here. Flea just affected me more on an emotional level, and I think that it's just one of those films that I think everyone should seek out. It's more important than Midsommar. So,
Yeah. Well, awesome.
Haven't seen Flea. Didn't really know what it was. Animated documentary definitely intrigues me. But yeah, I think Midsommar is the best creepy cult movie since the original Wicker Man. So I'm gonna go Midsommar.
Yeah.
So, remake Austin. Austin, the remake isn't creepy to you at all?
No.
Yeah.
No, the original one's awesome though, from the 70s. If you haven't seen it, check it out.
I've seen it. Oh, I've seen it. It's very
bees. Yeah, but yeah, Flea. I never heard of it until now, and it sounds really intriguing because an animated documentary. Yeah, like that sounds very unique, and it's something that I'd be curious to check out. And the story too, like it sounds like a really powerful story. So yeah. But Midsommar though, that movie blew me away. Like that movie has some like really like visceral, creepy images, and like even nowadays, like we did a horror episode, and I had to put the little triangle house that's on it's in the movie on one of the thumbnails, and then for some reason I have a little slideshow that like rotates through all my pictures on my desktop screen, and that the little triangle house kept popping up there, and like there'll be some nights where I'd like fall asleep with my TV screen on because I have my computer hooked to my TV, and like I wake up in the night with that image there, and like just the image of the little house just like freaked me out. So but yeah, there's some very visceral images, like people walking off cliffs and like being burned alive, and then Florence Pugh just gives an incredible performance, and I'm excited for the next Ari Aster project. So yeah, let's go Midsommar.
Yep, and I've actually seen that costume in person too.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Like the flower dress one.
Yeah, the flower dress. Yeah.
Yep, and I sent it to Mike is because like if you go to the Oscar Museum in LA, they actually have the full blown costume.
Oh, cool! I gotta go check it out. Yeah, but Dan, what do you
I have a question for Wolfman. Did Flea get nominated for 3 Academy Awards or just 2? Did it get international animation and documentary feature?
Yeah, it actually made history at the Oscars by being nominated for being a documentary, but also an animated film that was nominated for 3 categories because it was nominated for international, animated, and documentary. So
yeah, that was I'm right with you, Wolfman. I saw this out of Sundance, and I was just absolutely blown away. I couldn't believe a movie that was kind of shadowed, because the animation disguises who these people are, so they can't be killed because these countries kill you if you're gay or homosexual. And so that journey, wow, crazy journey what this guy went on. That being said, I remember one of the earliest things I reviewed as a film critic, as a written, was Midsommar, and I was beside myself. I was like, "What the heck is going?" And you always used to see horrors as darkness, and everything's in dark. This is in the beautiful sunlight, flowers and green grass and everything, and all this craziness is going on. And I mean, right off the bat, something, just you're like jaw-dropping happens. I gotta go. Unfortunately for Flea, and I really would like to go for Flea, but I gotta admit, Ari Aster, 2 for 2 for me, and Midsommar was just incredible.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Beau is Afraid. That's gonna be good. So yeah.
I need 3 hours of Ari Aster.
Yeah, right. But at JPO.
Yeah, as much as I like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, I never saw this documentary about the bassist. So I'm gonna go Midsommar because I still have hopes that her and JD Zach Braff will get back together.
Yeah, sure. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a documentary about Flea or the Red Hot.
Her and Zach Braff directed a movie with her in it coming out this weekend. So
yeah, and I've heard though that's
the
same problem as that movie Don't Worry Darling is where like she's amazing but the movie's just
oh yeah.
All right, got mid-90s, the Jonah Hill directed movie versus Apollo 11.
All right.
Yeah, so mid-90s is actually one I watched very recently for I think one of the other tournaments that we did on Tournament Fights. I got for $1 at the Dollar Tree, the Blu-ray of it, and I watched it, and yeah, it actually was really good. I was impressed with what Jonah Hill was able to do with his directorial debut here. But like the film that really blew me away, and one of my biggest regrets as a film fan, is not seeing Apollo 11 in the theater. Because, oh my good, like watching this, I know I would have been in awe seeing it in the cinema. Like the way this is shot, like seeing some Apollo 11 footage that I've never seen in my life. Just like, and I've followed a lot. I love astronomy. I followed a lot of Apollo 11 stuff, but they show some things I never even like knew, and it was really, really good. Just taking you into a deep dive journey of what went on during the moon landing, and it's a phenomenal documentary. I believe it won Best Documentary that year too, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong. But
it won some Emmys for editing and stuff, but nothing.
I'll tell you when it's my turn, Wolfman.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I as much as I love mid-90s, and I actually was able to relate to it quite a bit, I'll have to give this one to Apollo 11.
Yeah. Austin.
I haven't seen mid-90s just yet. I need to. Wolfman, I did see Apollo 11 in the theaters, and it was awesome. and unfortunately, I was the only person in the theater when I saw it. It's just some of these things that make it. Well, it was also like a Tuesday afternoon, so it is what it is. But yeah, it's great. I love that stuff. Yeah, that First Man movie. It's as much as I didn't love some of the story stuff, I thought some of the visuals and things were really interesting, and some of the behind the scenes stories. So yeah, I really find that stuff fascinating. So I'll give it to Apollo 11.
Yeah. I haven't seen Apollo 11, but I have seen mid-90s, so I'm the opposite of Austin. But yeah, and mid-90s is great. Yeah, like they really captured like what it's like growing up in the 90s, and like a lot of nostalgic stuff. And he's playing like older video games. He's got like Ninja Turtles. He's got all kinds of stuff all throughout it, and like all stuff that I grew up on. So the nostalgia's there, and then it's a great performance by the main kid, Sonny Soljic. He's great in it too, and he just kind of grows up in and around the skate shop and just kind of getting into the skateboarding. They actually have some real professional skaters in there. I think Chad Muska's in there, and a couple other guys that are actually professional skaters. And yeah, directed by Jonah Hill. And he did a great job. So yeah, I'll go mid-90s. Dan?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, I did like mid-90s, but I don't have that kind of pedigree when it comes to the skateboarding world, that whole lifestyle. I did like that, they kind of follow these kids around LA and stuff. But wow, where they put the cameras in this documentary, you're like, where the hell were the cameras? Because the shots that they get where the astronauts are, and just all these places, you're like, where were these cameras? Who had this technology back in the 60s?
It was secret military technology that's 20 years ahead of our technology.
Yeah, there you go. But I will tell you this. Every year, the documentary branch always screws up and doesn't nominate a movie for best documentary or put it on the short list or something, or whatever it is. And that year, which was the front runner, they do it all the time.
Yep.
Like Goodnight Oppie last year, the Neighborhood, that one.
Mr. Rogers.
Beautiful Day in the Neighborhood.
They were unforgivable.
Ridiculous. In one of those years, it was Apollo 11. And everybody was like, what the hell is the documentary branch doing?
And real quick, Roger Ebert's been complaining about that ever since Hoop Dreams didn't even get nominated in IT.
Yeah, I didn't get freaking nominated. Hoop Dreams.
Yeah, and he created, he was talking about the documentary thing being a joke in the early 90s. Roger Ebert was. He's been talking about that for forever.
Oh, yeah. And they've updated it since then. Austin, one of these days, me and you should talk about, I'll tell you what the actual way of how they nominated the documentaries back then.
Ebert's even talked about that. I saw some interview with like Charlie Rose where he talked about that or something. He's been talking about that for 30. Rest in peace, Roger Ebert. He's not with us anymore, but he was talking about this 30 years ago. You know what I mean? How screwed up that was. So.
But I have absolutely got to go with Apollo 11. This is a freaking incredible movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, GPO.
Yeah, it is true. It's weird how the Oscars do that. Not even not get not just not win, but not get nominated is very odd.
Yeah.
But I'm a '90s kid. I'm a Jonah Hill kid. I'm gonna go mid-90s.
Yeah. Ross.
Mid-90s has Lucas Hedges, and he's one of my favorite actors. So mid-90s.
Okay.
Sure, yeah.
First tie in a while, and we're actually back to JPO. So because we only had one before that. So yeah.
Mid-90s.
Get it. Come on, let's get a documentary in there. We have zero documentary.
There's another one that I'll push hard for that's coming up soon, Wolfman, too. That's one of my favorite documentaries of the last 20 years. So.
And I might vote for that one.
Yeah.
We'll see. Got the Lodge versus. Oh, there it is.
Well, that didn't take long.
There you go.
If
it's
you
right
speak
there.
it,
yeah. You speak it, it will happen. And I'm up first. So I wasn't a big fan of the Lodge. I'll just keep it short. Not a huge fan. But Three Identical Strangers, I saw in the theater. That movie knocked my socks off. I loved it. That movie has a better storyline and it's real life than a lot of movies. You know what I mean? Just flat out. I mean, just what actually happened in real life, and you watch the trailer, and it's like it seems like this nice story about these three guys coming together that are these separated twins or whatever, and where it goes is the twists and turns are insane, and what happened. I won't spoil it if you haven't seen it because I feel like it's still underseen, but it's fascinating. It's heartbreaking. It's shocking, everything in between. I adore this documentary, so I'm easily giving my vote to Three Identical Strangers. This movie is great if you haven't seen it. I think it's on Hulu, so check it out, please. I encourage it.
Yeah. I haven't seen The Lodge, but it's been on my radar because I saw the trailers, and the trailers actually look pretty good. It looks like pretty creepy, and like I don't know if it's like psychological horror or like what it is, but like I haven't seen it, so I want to. But yeah, I have seen Three Identical Strangers though, and yeah, this movie's great. Like without spoiling it too much, it just has to do with a set of triplets and some crazy things that unfold over their lifetime, and yeah, it's like really wild that whole thing is a true story, because first you find out one thing, then you find out even more crazy stuff that happened on top of that. And it's like all compounded on top of each other, and it's just really, really wild. So yeah, let's give it to Three Identical Strangers. Yeah.
All right.
I'm right with both of you guys. And once again, not even nominated for an Academy Award.
Yeah, not even nominated.
Incredible. Yeah, this movie is incredible.
It's ridiculous. That was the same year. Welcome to My Neighborhood. Those two, neither one of them were nominated for Best Documentary that year. Ridiculous.
They could turn this movie into a full-length
narrative feature.
A fiction. Kind of a recreational fiction. Yeah, a feature.
They actually are. Cool. They're doing it.
When did you hear that, Ross?
Good. Yeah.
Yep. It was on the news a few days ago. Let me look. Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I've been waiting for that to happen for years. Ever since I saw this, I said, "Where's the movie about this? This needs to be a freaking movie." And oh my God, I love this.
Here we go. Ben Stiller poised to play title roles in Three Identical Strangers limited series from Amy Lippman and Sony TV. So it's a limited series.
That cool. Is perfect casting.
Perfect casting because he kind of looks a lot like those guys.
Yeah.
And if they just make it to where he's playing all three roles and maybe made up a little bit differently for each guys, that'd be great actually. So
I'm down with that.
He should direct it too.
He's gonna be playing like a triple role, like he's gonna be playing all three different characters, something like that. Yeah.
Hey, he's a good director too. He should direct it. I don't know if he is, but like he's a good director.
Well, because he's behind Severance, right? Isn't he behind?
Yeah, Severance.
Oh yeah.
And he had like a miniseries with Patricia Arquette that he got nominated for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
man, I Ben Stiller fan.
You just made my day there, Pez.
I was just fantasy casting in my mind, like who would be good. That's a good choice.
Yeah.
I freaking love Three Identical. I'm telling you, the more documentaries, the more you watch, the more blown away you about stories that you never even heard of things you didn't know about. That's what's great about documentaries.
Yes, like this last Oscar weekend. I actually watched Fire of Love, and that blew my mind.
Masterpiece.
When they're done right, they're really good. Yeah. So, but JPO, what do you think?
Yeah, this is also a doc I really like here too. I was asking on my Facebook wall a while ago, name some movies that maybe I haven't seen, and Pez threw this out to me. And at first I was hesitant just because I wasn't really looking for docs. But
I told you the same thing. I said,
yeah.
bro, it's got a better storyline
It
than half
is.
the movies you'll see. Just watch it. Just watch it.
It does.
Like,
It keeps
me.
you engaged.
Yeah.
Even like the first twist, which you think is the last twist, is the
Yeah.
first of several twists. Kind of.
Yeah, you find out. Yeah.
You find out even more about what's some things in the background, and yeah, it's totally ripe too for a adaptation with somebody. So I'm hyped for that Ben Stiller one. Hopefully it can live up to the doc itself. So I also didn't see Lodge, so Identical Strangers.
Yeah. Well, Ross.
3 Identical Strangers. You know, the Lodge seems okay, but I want to see three Identical Strangers. And Mike said three Identical Strangers too. So
yeah, in the private chat. Yeah, so you can go with that.
And Wolfman, are you there or no?
He voted in the private chat. He gives.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, it would have been 3 Identical Strangers anyways. But yeah, okay, cool. All right. So we got Triangle of Sadness, a recent one.
Oh God!
Already on fire. So,
are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah. And who's first then?
You, Jordan, are up first.
Oh man. So these are both movies on my my radar. I just haven't seen either one of them. And I think Triangle of Sadness, like one of the main actresses passed away or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah. No, the main actress.
Yeah, so rest in peace to her. And you know what? Just for that, I'll give it to Triangle of Sadness because I haven't seen any of them, so that'll be my reason. Yeah. But
all right, so
Dan,
look, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you guys aren't rich. All right, I don't know for a fact, but I'm guessing you guys might not be rich.
You'd assume correctly, yeah.
You'd assume correctly, yep.
Yeah.
So the fact that the director makes a movie about making fun of rich people, and a disaster happens, and there's this massive scene of vomiting and craziness in the middle of Triangle of Sadness. And it's like you people. He's pointing the finger at, look at you freaking rich people. This is what you deserve. And it's a masterpiece. Triangle of Sadness. The fact that movie got nominated for Best Screenplay and Original Screenplay, I believe, and Best Picture was crazy to me. I didn't think it was going to do it. I thought it was going to be Decision to Leave instead of that movie because both of them appeared at Cannes at the same time. And I was like, there's no way they're going to go for this. But figures the Academy voters would go for Triangle of Sadness. But I mean, probably one of the most beautiful, just gorgeous, I don't know what other adjectives I can say about Portrait of a Lady on Fire. I mean, the performances, just the cinematography, it's just one of the most gorgeous films I've seen with the actors and the performances and the cinema, all that stuff. So I got to go with Portrait of a Lady on Fire, even though I love Triangle of Sadness.
Yeah. JPO, you say?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Triangle of Sadness because I like Woody Harrelson.
Yeah,
he's funny as hell in it.
He's in the movie for like maybe 5 to 10 minutes.
But he's funny as hell.
He's funny in those 10 minutes.
Yeah.
There's a cool YouTube video I saw that just released. The professor, he's a street baller, and he's playing one-on-one against Woody Harrelson. Like it's like really, really cool. He can ball because he's gonna be well, he was in Champions, and then he was also in White Men Can't Jump, so they're playing an ode to that. But Ross,
I'm gonna go with Triangle of Sadness. I do want to see Portrait of a Lady on Fire, but I think my favorite character is name is Dimitri, and then like he literally said this line, "I sell shit." You know, the 2-minute vomiting scene is amazing.
He's crazy. He's crazy.
I sell shit.
Yeah. A Russian shit salesman.
Yeah. Well, Wolf.
I'm shocked that Ross voted for it because I know he's not that high on this movie as I am, but yeah, I love Triangle of Sadness. I think that this movie was it blew my socks off. It had the funniest scene. I died laughing. That's the funniest scene of the year which, I mean, the vomiting scene's like cringe funny, but the one that actually made me like die laughing is something like kind of subtle. And I'm not going to spoil it, but all I would say is grenade. Any of y'all know what I'm talking about? Grenade. I died at that scene. I was just on the floor laughing. I don't know what it was. That scene just had, it was so funny to me. And then the movie was excellent. Dolly De Leon, I wish she would have gotten nominated for the Oscar. She was excellent in this film. And man, she steals that second half. It's almost like two separate movies, but like done very, very well.
Three.
I think two, because there's like a first half and a second half.
No, because remember how they have the 3 story parts though, and each one is different.
Oh, I guess so, yeah. But then Portrait of a Lady on Fire, I own the Criterion. This movie is stunning. Every single frame is like a portrait. It's literally like a painting. This is just so beautiful. The acting, oh my god, and the chemistry between these two ladies, oh my goodness, it is otherworldly. Like the acting at the very end, that final shot, oh man, it's so good. So for me, I'm actually going to give this to Portrait of a Lady on Fire. It's close, but like that film's just a masterpiece.
Yeah. Well, Austin?
Well, reading the synopsis of Portrait of a Lady on Fire damn near put me to sleep, so I'm going to vote for Triangle of Sadness. So,
sure.
Yeah. Sorry, it's one of those
Like
movies.
for me too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's like about somebody painting somebody in the 17th century. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's immediate no for me, dog. So
Yeah.
It's just, I'm not into those types of movies. I don't care how beautiful it's shot. Sorry, it's not my movie.
Yeah.
All right. Florida Project versus Marcel the Show.
Okay.
Shoes on.
Is this me?
All right. Yeah, Dan. You're first. Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I live about an hour away from where this movie, The Florida Project, was filmed, and I've been by there so many times. I know exactly where that hotel is.
That's cool.
And it is if you really think about it, it's a really sad story how these people live in this hotel and they're barely making their means, and these kids are growing up there in this poverty, and right across the highway, I-4, is the most wonderful place on earth. Maybe I'm just paraphrasing the most wonderful place on earth. You know, everybody's Disney World, Universal's too, all that stuff is right across the highway, literally across the highway in Kissimmee, Florida. And this movie really hit me hard, that there's that dichotomy of this. People come here from all over the world to see Disney, and then these poor people live in this and live in this really tough life, and kids have to grow up there. Then Marcel the Shell with Shoes On. Oh my God, one of the most beautiful things I saw all year last year. One of the sweetest. I mean, Jenny Slate. Just, you take these YouTube little skits and you turn it into a full length movie of the shell, the sweetest little shell. But I think I'm going to be in the minority here. I'm going to go with the Florida Project because I have a little bit more tied to that than I do Marcel. But I couldn't get. I love Marcel the Show with Shoes On.
Yeah. JPO, what do you think?
I too have driven around that area too, and so I'm going to vote against it. I hate that area. Screw Florida. No, as a longtime Florida resident. No, I respect and I enjoy movies like Florida Project, and even Nomadland comes to mind, where it's like it's a day in their lives, or a segment in their lives, but they don't really enthrall me that much.
Oh,
nope, I mean myself in the middle of talking. Florida Project is not something I ever feel like I would want to go back to. Marcella is actually something I watched this week, not necessarily prepping for this fight. It's something that I finally was able to get to. I really dug it here. Evidently, I didn't even know this was a short film from over 10 years ago, that they've been kind of toying around with this idea. They got the money and everything to do a big a feature length. You can see sometimes it does feel a little stretched at some points, but it is super sweet. It really does, and even moments of where there's just singing and the tail and then grandma. Oh, it's wonderful. So Marcel definitely gets my vote.
Yeah. Well, Ross, what do you think?
I'm gonna go with the Florida Project. I do want to see Marcel, but the Florida Project sounds really interesting. And then, as the greatest actor in Hollywood without an Oscar, and that's William Dafoe. So yeah,
that might be true. Wolf, what do you think?
Yeah, he honestly is. And I don't know who won that year again. I have to look back, but like he definitely would have been high up on that list for winning conversation for me because he's
best
phenomenal.
supporting actor. It should have been best supporting actor. Wolfman. He didn't get it that year. I forget who got it.
Yeah.
I'll look it up real quick and see. Give me a second, but go ahead.
Because he was phenomenal, and he should have won for At Eternity's Gate. I thought when that came out as well too. And like he's
Sam Rockwell won for 3 billboards that year.
Oh,
correct decision.
That was actually the right decision.
I got to disagree though because not a
that was
performance.
Honestly a pretty stacked year. It was Willem, it was Sam Rockwell, Woody Harrelson for 3 billboards, Richard Jenkins, Shape of Water, Christopher Plummer, all the money in the world. So pretty stacked year, really.
Christopher Plummer as Kevin Spacey.
But no, I what's interesting is this is actually a perfect matchup because both of these movies are about the innocence of childhood. You know, there's the Florida Project about these little kids who are like, you know, the innocence of their lives, and then there's Marcel and like the innocence of his life. And it's very, very interesting to kind of see those both go up against each other. But yeah, the Florida Project, a day in the life type of movie, and then Marcel, a film about dealing with the topic of loss that just had me in tears and was just so emotional for me. Like on a personal level, I want to say Marcel, but like I don't know, I was a little bit more impressed with the Florida Project, and especially like the fact that the girl who plays the mom isn't even an actress; she's an Instagram model. They literally were just like, I think he found an Instagram model. Was like, "Hey, you want to be in a movie?" And then she was like, "Sure," and she kills it. She's so good, like it's unreal. And then Brooklyn Prince, who plays the little girl, like, oh my goodness, she acted her heart out. So yeah, the Florida Project. One of my best friends who graduated high school with me, Noah Torrance, this is his favorite movie of all time, and for good reason. Like he loves this movie, and it's just this is a phenomenal film. So I'll say the Florida Project.
Yeah, Austin.
Yeah, I lived in Florida for 30 years. I lived in Jacksonville, but I'm very familiar with Orlando. Hell, I worked wrestling shows down the street from this exact motel they filmed this shit at. I worked some parking lot shows down the street from this damn place. And I had coworkers who lived like this, who lived in motels like this, you know, people I worked with and shit. So I'm very familiar with that kind of stuff. I haven't seen Marcel yet, but I really like the Florida Project, so I'm going to go with that.
Well, I just watched the Florida Project for the first time this morning, and I wish I would have had more. I tend to fit in more movies. I didn't quite, but I saw this one, and like when you first see these kids, you want to slap the shit out of them because they're like spitting on like people's cars, and they're just like calling people a bitch, and they're like just doing these like crazy things. You're just like, where are these kids' parents? But then as the movie goes on, you want to slap the shit out of the mom because you find out what she's doing, and like she is kind of struggling, but it's kind of to her own it's her own fault, like for like a lot of it, and so you find out some things she's been up to without actually showing it though, but we find out at the end of the movie when a child protection services comes to take the little girl away, and like there's just some pretty interesting stuff, and then you have Willem Dafoe just playing just like a regular dude, just trying to manage this hotel that people are taking up residency in, and like he's not being some kind of crazy over the top character, just being like a regular guy. So I appreciate that, but I do have to say though that Marcel the Shell, this was my pick to win the best animated feature at the Oscars. I think that it should have won it. Like I wasn't a big fan of Pinocchio, but and it's a really sweet story, and I really like the interaction with the little shell and the human character. I forget his name, but I
thought Puss in Boots would have been your pick to win.
Maybe, but like I like Puss in Boots better, but I feel like an Oscar type of movie this kind of fits it more. I feel like, but and yeah, there's some like pretty sad things. Like who would have thought that you would get this emotionally invested with a little tiny shell just walking around, just doing goofy things and stuff. So yeah, I'm actually gonna vote for Marcel the Shell.
All right, It's going to be the Florida Project 2-1.
Right.
We're going to move down to Pig versus the worst person in the world.
Okay.
So JPO is going to be up on this one.
I gotta go for Pig here. I think it has some of the best scenes. Another Oscar snub for Nicolas Cage, but yeah, scenes where nothing even, there's some violence later on, but there's scenes where there is absolutely nothing violent going on, but you are still enthralled in it. Absolutely. So I'm gonna go for Pig.
Yeah. Ross.
I haven't seen either, but I want to go. I want to see the worst person in the world only because Mike actually became a meme when this nomination was announced. So, yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, at the top of his lungs.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, which one are you going for again? I lost it in that show.
Oh, worst person in the world.
Okay, I was confused.
Yeah. Wolf.
You are all going to be the worst people in the world if y'all do not vote worst person in the world, because this is
why? Because we want to vote for a movie we've seen that we really like. Is that bad?
Yeah.
No, just because this. But I mean, because it's not going to be bad because I love Pig, but like the worst person in the world though is not to say is the best movie of 2021. This movie just was a masterpiece. Like it blew me away. This is like Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach kind of like combining into one movie. Like
you're not helping. You're not helping Pez want this.
That is not making it any better.
You're losing the panel even more.
You're losing me the more.
Don't say Wes Anderson. God forbid.
Yeah, if you say it's also like Wes Anderson, you're really gonna lose me.
Well, I mean, didn't you like Marriage Story?
Yeah.
I mean, it has.
But I also related that because I went through a divorce, though, bro. Like that was a personal movie.
Yeah, and this has like that personal Noah Baumbach feel is what I'm saying. It has that kind of more relatable feel for anyone who's been in relationships. It's like Marriage Story, but without the marriage. It's like more like actual relationships, like boyfriend and girlfriend type relationships. And so it's very, very well done. And just Renee Rinsva, she killed it in this movie. She should have been nominated. So did Nicolas Cage and Pig. I thought he should have won the Oscar, and he wasn't even nominated. Both these films are phenomenal. But for me personally, I have to go with Worst Person in the World. I was so happy when it got a Best Original Screenplay nom. I became a meme. I literally cheered so loud on my YouTube channel that like people started memeing me because I was just so happy. It should have won screenplay because it was like the best written movie of that year. But it was so good.
Yeah. Well, Austin.
Cool. I've been single for 6 years, so I'm voting for Pig. It's a great Nick Cage movie, great performance, and I'm all in for pretty much anything Nick Cage is doing right now. So that's the movie I'm passionate about. And sorry, haven't seen Worst Person in the World. The Noah Baumbach thing isn't exactly selling it. Marriage Story was more of an exception than the rule for me personally with those movies. So yeah, it just is what it is. But yeah, I'm voting for Pig.
Yeah, like I'm also enjoying the single life now after being married to nearly the worst person in the world. So, if you ever saw the first time Pig ever showed up on a tournament fight, I hadn't seen it. I'm just like, what the frick is this? Some movie called Pig. No one's ever heard of it. No one's ever seen it. And like I was kind of pushing back against it. And then I saw it and I quickly shut my mouth because this movie was freaking incredible. Like maybe one of the best performances that I've ever seen in Nicolas Cage give. Honestly, like just a really like just intense and raw performance over just a little truffle pig that he has, and like it almost has some John Wick vibes in that way, where like they killed the little dog and then someone stole his pig, and so he's going after these guys but the way that he
maybe in that way, but it's so vastly different from John.
yeah. But just seeing him go through like Portland and like the underground and all that stuff, like that's, like I really appreciated that and Nick Cage's performance. So let's go with Pig. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I freaking loved Pig, and I love the whole truffle pig thing. And if you haven't seen Truffle Hunters, you want to see a great documentary, guys. The Truffle Hunters
Gotcha,
you will be laughing your ass off. It is so funny. But Nick Cage, this is the renaissance of Nick Cage, really, the last couple of years, 2 or 3 years. I just got my press invite today for Renfield. I cannot wait. I'm just like, oh, Renfield, this is great. His Western that he did, No Way Out, not that good. But Pig, he really had a resurgence with Pig. But I'm right with Wolfman. I mean, one of the best movies I saw a couple of years ago was The Worst Person in the World. I mean, it is in like 12 segments. It's like this roller coaster ride of this woman in her relationships. And you just can't fathom somebody getting something so right when it comes to relationships and women and men and stuff. And it's a foreign film, but it's just an absolute masterpiece of a film. And when I saw this matchup, I was like, oh no, because I knew I had to go with the worst person in the world here. But I'm sure Wolfman and I are going to be outvoted here. So go ahead, Jordan.
Not quite, because it's a tie and it's going to go to Ross.
Ooh.
Jordan, right? Jordan hadn't gone yet, has he?
JP had the last
one. I had the last one.
Oh, okay. So the tie is going to Ross. Oh, Ross.
I haven't seen Pig and I haven't seen Worst Person in the World, but only because of Mike's meme, I'm going to go with Worst Person in the World.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Mike, you're going to get your wish too.
You got another meme.
You're get your wish this year too.
Well, what's it going up against next round? All right, good luck.
Good luck.
Yeah, too. Mike, though, now, like, you're gonna get your wish though too. About a Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig movie combined.
Oh yeah, Barbie.
Yep.
Barbie.
Oh boy, look at this. What do we got? Oh no!
God!
What?
Oh, no!
Oh.
There you go. Uncut Gems, Moonlight.
And the Oscar goes to La La Land.
La La Land. Right? Okay, so Russ, first one.
I'm gonna go like by a hair. Uncut Gems, only because it has Adam Sandler's second best performance. Moonlight I loved, but Uncut Gems, I've watched more than Moonlight. So yeah, Uncut Gems.
I never said the matches in the first round were going to be easy when they're random.
Yeah, right.
I'm sorry. Wolf.
Yeah.
God, this is both of these.
I told you guys at the beginning of the show there was going to be stuff in here that is not going to even make the Sweet 16 that you're going to be mad about. So it is what it is.
Yeah, because both of these should be in the Sweet 16, and both of these should be in the Elite 8. Like, both of these are phenomenal.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. God, this is definitely the hardest match so far. But I feel like I've said that like 5 times tonight.
You knew it was going to be tough, Wolfman. You knew with Neon and A24, you knew it was going to be tough.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you wanted it, you got it. Have fun.
I did.
You asked for this.
Can I do a tournament? Can I come up with an idea for a tournament?
Yeah.
I guess I'll say Uncut Gems, but oh man, that hurts.
Yeah. Sad that they can't both be there.
Yeah.
But Austin?
Again, I'll just go to the one I've watched more. I saw Moonlight's very good, but I've only watched it once. I've only watched Uncut Gems twice. I really just went back to it because I had a potential battleground question we could get to, so I rewatched it. But yeah, it's one of those ones you don't want to rewatch because it gives you that anxiety that I hate, and you're just like, no, stop making bad decisions, Adam Sandler, knock it off. Like, just stop, just walk away, just stop, knock it off. But it's great, and I can't wait to see. I know I've heard rumors that the Safdie brothers and Adam Sandler are working on another project, so I'm very excited for whatever that is. So yeah, I'll go Uncut Gems.
Yeah, like I feel like when it comes to Adam Sandler, I appreciate a lot of his comedies, especially in like his earlier ones. But I think Adam Sandler's at his best when he's doing drama, though. Like he's just so good, and these directors are able to get these performances out of him, and yeah, like you're just like just white knuckling it like the whole entire time. Like my like hands were like gripped to like the armrest of my chair with all the like horrible decisions that he's making, and like you're waiting to find out what's going to happen next. And then also has my boy Kevin Garnett, which I didn't grab my little plaque on my wall though over that I have a whole Kevin Garnett plaque. He's my favorite player of all time. I just followed his career pretty closely, and so I was happy when he popped up. Yeah. And Moonlight's good. Like I think that it's a really cool story that happens to this kid kind of growing up in like the I guess you could say like the ghetto kind of area of town. They take place in like near Miami. Is that it, or am I way off? I can't remember where it
Miami and parts of Atlanta.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and then I will say this is the hottest Janelle Monáe's ever looked. She's gorgeous. So like I like whenever she pops up. But and then also Mahershala Ali, he's great in it. So like it's a close one, but I got to give it to Uncut Gems. So I'm a Sandler guy. So yeah.
I'm a big Kevin Garnett fan when he played for the Celtics.
Yeah, right.
So I pulled out the old Celtic hat out of the box over here. I freaking love Uncut Gems. I think it's an incredible film. A real quick story. I had a screening of the one where it's a remake of Bonnie and Clyde, but it had Daniel Kaluuya and Jodie Turner-Smith in it.
That's
that movie.
Queen and Slim.
Queen and Slim. I had a screening of that, awesome. and a few of my other constituents had a screening of Uncut Gems across the hall at this theater. And so my screening got out first, and I'm standing in the hall waiting for them to get out, and these guys are literally white-faced. And this is an Asian guy and a white guy, and then the lady that run the screening, literally white, ghost-faced. And I said, what the heck happened? What? Of course, they couldn't tell me. And then when I finally saw Uncut Gems, I was like, oh my freaking God, I cannot believe that. And now I know why they were so white-faced, but I cannot not vote for Moonlight. I actually snuck into a press screening of this before I was actual press. There was only a couple people in there. It was a big dark screen theater, and I kind of snuck up, ran up the steps, and sat in the back, and I watched Moonlight for the first time, and I was completely blown away by how beautiful and how just incredibly loving some of these people were, and then how nasty some of these people were, and just how this boy had such an interesting life and growing up and stuff. I just love Moonlight. I know I'm the outlier here, but I'm going with Moonlight.
Yeah, well, Dan, my Kevin Garnett is on the Celtics there, so there you go. Yeah, he's my boy as far as like NBA goes. So yeah. JPO.
As much as I got love for Moonlight, I'm totally fine with the winning Best Picture. I gotta go for Uncut Gems, man. I think it is a roller coaster ride. You are literally kind of gasping and just seeing this man make mistake after mistake, but he's so entertaining to watch. It's a great performance here. I gotta go Uncut Gems.
Yeah.
All right, Uncut Gems.
Okay, too, and I watched a murder mystery for the first time today. It's a bad comedy, but it's actually not a bad mystery, though.
Yeah. Got a sequel, I guess.
Colossal and 20th Century Women.
Why couldn't we get one of those other two go up against one of these two instead?
Well, that's the way the wheel works. Sometimes it's cruel.
It's cruel.
Wolfman.
So I made a tough decision because I prefer Come On, but when I was looking at like A24, 20th Century Women is actually more popular than Come On, even though Come On is the better Mike Mills film. But yeah, 20th Century Women is definitely still a good film. And Colossal, like, it's fun. It's not like it doesn't compare to some of these other ones, but it's a fun time. But on this, I'd give it 20th Century Women.
Austin, what do you think?
Yeah, I haven't seen 20th Century Women. I saw the title and promptly ignored it. Just being honest. Colossal it has some stuff that's right up my alley. I'm a big kaiju, like Godzilla fan, and I know it's not like really about that, but it has that stuff in it, and it's more of an allegory for like mental illness and depression, things like that. But it was still kind of a cool element and a cool concept overall. And I like Colossal, and it's the director of Time Crimes, which is another great underrated movie from Nacho Vigalondo. So if you haven't seen it, check out Time Crimes. But I'll go Colossal.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen either one of these, but one of these movies has been on my radar to watch, and it's not 20th Century Women. Isn't it? It's going to be a Colossal because Monster just looks really cool. It was like a gremlin was about 5 times the size, maybe even like 10, 20 times the size probably, and it had long arms and long legs, and it's a really cool look and like design, and just the fact of how she did with the control. I remember seeing all the trailers for it. They looked like a fun time, so I'll go with Colossal. Yeah. Dan?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of either of these two movies. The one that I was like, there was that year when the 20th Century Woman came out, and everybody was like, "Oh, this is a great movie. It's got great performance." And I'm like, I just don't get it. I'm not a big fan of it. I just didn't. Billy Crudup. You had Annette Bening, I think, in it or whatever. I just wasn't into it. Colossal. I like the concept of it, and I'm a fan of Anne Hathaway and stuff, but because I didn't like 20th Century Woman that much, I'm not the biggest fan of Colossal, but of these two, I have to go with Colossal. I just wish we could have flip-flopped and put one of these against the other, so both Moonlight and Uncut Gems could go through.
Yeah, but then they would still go up against each other in the next round, so you'd still be having the same problem one round from now. So better to get it out of the way now.
JPO.
I too am gonna give it to Colossal here. Depending on what trailer you watch, I think they sell it to you as a straight comedy, and it's not. There's a little more to it here. She's kind of having like alcohol issues, and Jason Sudeikis of SNL turns into a bit of a darker character at one point as well. So it doesn't totally nail it, but there is an interesting concept here, and it is worth checking out. So Colossal.
Well, Ross.
I want to see Colossal. I just haven't got around to it. 20th Century Women sounds okay. It just doesn't really sound, my thing. But Colossal does, and plus, I've heard one thing about it, and I go, okay, that's really cool.
Yeah, sounds good.
How she stomped, when she's drunk, she actually stomps around, and then whenever she walks, that's where the monster does. And it's basically instruction. That's all I've heard about it. So,
all right.
Mm-hmm.
It's a cool concept.
We have a tournament fights favorite in Palm Springs. Taking on Spencer, the Kristen Stewart movie. Okay. All right. I'm going first. As much as I'd love to champion Spencer just to piss off Jordan, because it is a very good performance. I can't champion the movie over Palm Springs. Palm Springs is pretty damn great. So as much as it's gotten a lot of love, I'll still stick with it at least this time. So I'll go Palm Springs.
Yeah, so I guess Spencer must have been widely underseen because I go to Google and I type in Spencer synopsis, Spencer cast, and it comes up with Spencer Confidential for some reason. But I mean, you can still find it if you type in the year and all that. But
that Mark Wahlberg movie?
Yeah, the Mark Wahlberg Netflix one that was kind of bad, but but I've never seen it. But I have seen Palm Springs, and that movie is freaking awesome. What's her name? Christina Milioti. She should be in way more movies, TV shows, things than she actually is, because she's a phenomenal actress. So, and then Andy Samberg, that was a fun pairing, and also J.K. Simmons, he's great in it. So yeah, let's go with Palm Springs.
That year Palm Springs was at Sundance, and I didn't have a chance to see it, and it was really, everybody was talking about Palm Springs, and so I finally got around to seeing it, and a Groundhog Day in the desert, and then you got this crazy J.K. Simmons, but I'm kind of a 80s guy, and I kind of grew up with Diana, Princess Diana, and when I heard that Kristen Stewart was going to play Princess Diana, I was kind of skeptical. It was like a weekend, a holiday weekend. And when I finally saw it, and it's from the same director that did the one based on Jackie, John F. Kennedy's wife. So I thought, oh, Spencer, Jackie. Okay, this guy kind of has this kind of vibe going with he's doing these women that are very
Can't wait for Hillary.
And and so, but I freaking absolutely loved Spencer when I saw it, and the costumes and the cinematography and just the things she was going through. Obviously, if you watch The Crown the last 2 years, you can see more of that. This is kind of a smaller slice of what she was going through, and it was kind of like a fictional version of that story in a way. But whether Jordan likes Kristen Stewart or not, I think Kristen Stewart's a phenomenal actress. You could see that Clouds of Sils Maria and some other things that she can really, really act. Into the Wild was one of the first things I saw her in, but I have to go with Spencer.
Yeah. JPO.
No, I definitely gotta go Palm Springs here. I love me an R-rated desert Groundhog Day. Perfectly casted too. Love it to pieces. So Palm Springs.
Yeah. Ross.
I'm going to go with Spencer only because Spencer is not your typical biopic. It's actually a psychological horror film. So yeah, I'm going to go with Spencer.
That's an interesting take on it. Yeah. Wolf, what do you think?
So y'all like one of these films? Yeah, don't like the other film. Spencer, think of it as if The Favorite met The Shining. That's what it sort of is. And it's very, very good. I think it
gets me half there. not all the way there.
It's definitely an interesting kind of almost fairy tale of Diana that like and because of what Diana had to go through, like I studied up a lot of history on her before I watched this film. Like it almost has a Once Upon a Time in Hollywood-esque kind of ending where it's like it gives you what you wish could have happened type of thing, rather than a actual like what actually happened. And it's so don't go in expecting full facts, but Kristen Stewart was my number one pick to win the Oscar that year. She blew the roof off this movie, and like I know you're not a fan of Kristen Stewart, Jordan, but like this is her best performance undoubtedly, and I feel like if you watch this, you would at least say, okay, maybe she has one good like apple in the basket.
Wow,
sure.
Clouds of Sils Maria, personal shopper.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, she can act.
She can.
Yeah.
She's
when
a
I
really
see
great actor.
one from her, I'll let you know.
You just need to find the right roles. Like Charlie's Angels is not a right role for you to watch and be like
a bad role scene. Yeah.
You just need to watch her in the right roles, and then you'll see if she can actually act really well. In Palm Springs, I also loved to death. This film was great. I thought, oh, they're just going to do another Groundhog Day thing. Really? Come on. We've seen this so many times before. But they did an interesting, fun little twist on it and actually made it its own. And I thought it was really cool. So, but for me, I still was just so enthralled by Spencer. So I'm going to have to pick Spencer here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another tie. This time to Wolfman.
Ooh.
You know what? Because Palm Springs has won a tournament. And
rightfully so.
And Spencer has never been, I don't think,
rightfully so.
Yeah,
I will say Spencer.
And the guy from Mission Impossible is actually really good in Spencer.
Alec Baldwin?
No.
Ving Rhames?
Yeah, Ving Rhames.
Emilio Estevez?
He played the bad guy in number 4.
Henry Cavill?
I forget his name, but
Wes Bentley?
No.
Alec Baldwin?
I said that first. That was my first joke.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll look
Simon Pegg?
Yeah. No.
But anyways, Ross. Anyways, we're not gonna play this game all night. After Sun versus Lady Bird. Jordan.
Well, I saw After Sun and I was bored as shit watching that movie. I'm sorry, that movie is one of the slowest, nothing happening movie at all. I don't get the love for this movie. It's just boring. What's his name? Like the main guy might be a good actor. They're gonna put him in the Gladiator sequel, so we'll see how that goes. But I haven't seen Lady Bird either. Well, no, I haven't seen Lady Bird. I have seen After Sun, and that's why I'm gonna vote for Lady Bird because like this is one of the movies when I was looking for recommendations of what to watch. It would have been the next movie I would have watched because a lot of people were recommending it to me. I just didn't have time for it, so I'll vote for Lady Bird. Yeah. Dan?
Yeah, I really liked After Sun, but I felt there was some problems with it as far as like the cinematography and some of the editing and stuff like that. I thought the story with the father and the daughter and this relationship between the two of them was very, very well and very sweet and very good. But the movie to me that really just put Saoirse Ronan into the stratosphere was Lady Bird, and this girl that wants to be her own person, wants to have her own kind of lane in life, and even her mother doesn't understand her and stuff like that. And I just really got like the whole vibe of Lady Bird and Saoirse Ronan and where they were going with this film. I just really thought it was a great portrayal of a teen trying to be somebody that nobody else was and wanted to be themselves and be their own kind of person in life. And you know, whether she made mistakes or not, I just really felt like I think Saoirse Ronan really did it for me for Lady Bird. So I'm going with Lady Bird.
Yeah. GPO?
Yeah, I'm interested in After Sun because I haven't seen it and I've heard very polarizing things about it. So I'm interested to see where I'll fall. I really love Lady Bird though. I thought it was a very well-made coming of age. I really dug Ronan in it. She's shown to be great in many aspects. I like that she showed that she'd be kind of great in maybe a lighter role for once. You know what I mean? Even though it is funny and dramatic as well. Surrounded by a great cast there. Roseanne's sister is great. So yeah, Lady Bird.
Yeah. Ross.
After Sun was my favorite movie of last year, and then there's actually a lot happened underneath the surface. So I'm going to go with After Sun.
Well, you have to explain it to me sometime, but
I'll send you the video.
Dude, I sent you a freaking explanation video like twice, and you haven't watched it.
You sent it to me, but I'm like so bored by that movie. It's like I don't even know if I want to watch an explanation video on it, but I'll watch it if you send it to me again. But Austin.
Wait. Yeah, Wolf has to
vote. Oh yeah. Sorry, Wolf. Sorry, I was talking to you and then went right to Austin.
Yeah, no. Yeah. But I love Lady Bird. The movie is really fun. But yeah, After Sun to me affected me on a level that movies haven't really affected me on in quite some time. I've seen this film 3 times, and the more I watch it, the more I get out of it. And the themes that's conveying about memories, about those that we hold on to, about time, how much time we have left with those that we love. And like, there's so many memories, or so many themes throughout this movie that really stuck to me so much. I literally hugged my mom, told her I loved her. I called my dad and texted him, told him I loved him afterwards. It really affected me and the best use of under pressure I've ever seen in a movie. This film is just excellent. Hands down, for me, I would say After Sun. It's A24's magnum opus. This movie to me is a masterpiece.
Well, Austin,
After Sun's everything I don't like about A24. Kind of like Ghost Story. I'm sorry, I was bored by it too. But this is a real Sophie choice of movies I don't like because I don't like Lady Bird either. So I'm torn here, and it doesn't matter what I vote for because I would have the tiebreaker. So I'm just going to avoid the tiebreaker and say Lady Bird. So
sure, yeah,
that would be a great twist on Sophie's. That'd be a great twist on Sophie's choice, where she doesn't like either kid. She's like, I don't know.
Just take that one.
The blonde one.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sophie's choice. When the mother.
All right, Everything Everywhere All at Once and First Reformed are up next.
All right.
So, Dan, I saw you sigh. So,
yeah.
I freaking love First Reformed. Oh my God, Ethan Hawke is incredible in this movie. I mean, incredible in this freaking movie. Oh my God! And then Everything Everywhere All at Once is like a freaking unbelievable movie. I freaking love Everything Everywhere All. But I have a feeling the whole panel is going to choose Everything Everywhere All at Once, and I absolutely, it's my second favorite film from 2022.
Obviously, Dan doesn't know where I stand on that movie.
But well, Pez, hey, if you have something to say, say it when it's your turn. I'm just gonna go for the movie that I think a lot of people aren't going to go for, just because I want to champion First Reformed. I just feel like this performance by Ethan Hawke is incredible. I love the director and also the writer is he wrote Taxi Driver and Raging Bull, two of my favorite movies of all time. Robert, damn it, I can't think of his last name at this moment. Schrader, Robert Schrader.
Paul Schrader.
Paul Schrader, my bad. Guy's incredible director, writer. But this is Ethan Hawke gives the performance of his entire lifetime in this movie. So I'm going to go with First Reformed because I think everybody else is going to go for Everything Everywhere All at Once. And I love that movie. So there you go.
Yeah. Well, JPO?
Excuse me. Excuse me again. Hey, I'm here now. First Reformed, I do like First Reformed here. Yeah, Paul Schrader makes a very certain kind of movie here. Sometimes hard to watch. Little mix on him though. His movie after this I didn't love that much, and I really disliked the movie before this he made with Nicolas Cage. Actually, I didn't like that movie at all. But we're talking First Reformed. Hawke's really good, and you know you're getting serious when Cedric the Entertainer goes by Cedric Kyles. But I do love Everything Everywhere. It is in my top 5 of that year, so I'm gonna go Everything Everywhere all at once.
Yeah. Well, Ross?
Everything Everywhere All at Once. I haven't seen First Reform, but I do want to see it. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still here. I can't remember, it's just off. But yeah, no, I love both these movies. Everything Everywhere All at Once was my second favorite movie of that year. It was like an absolute masterpiece, in my opinion. And then First Reformed was also a masterpiece. I can't believe Ethan Hawke missed an Oscar nomination for this. He is incredible, like incredible in this movie. And so for me personally, man, see, I want to show some love to First Reformed, but I'm probably, you know what? Just because I think it is
your connection's really bad, bro. Did you
Yeah,
switch
yeah,
like a
you're
hardline phone? Like what happened? What?
Yeah,
what's
you're
going
like
on?
cutting out
1995 phone, right?
Sorry.
Yeah,
Right up.
what is going
and
on?
muffled. Yeah.
Can y'all hear me better right now?
Yes.
Yeah. What
Yeah.
happened?
Okay. So but yeah, so I can
Just to dial up. Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna switch something here right after my turn. But yeah, for me I'm gonna go First Reformed just because I feel it needs more love. So that's my only reason.
Yeah.
Sure. Austin?
Yeah, I've seen both. I've made my opinion known. I think Everything Everywhere All at Once is a good movie, but it's really overstuffed, overlong for what it does. I think it ends about 3 different times more than it needs to. And yeah, I'm not on the big hype train that everybody else is. I'm very happy the people who won at the Oscars. I really am. But I'm not huge on that movie. So, but I think First Reformed is great. And yeah, it's Ethan Hawke's best performance of his career. So I'm gonna give it to First Reformed.
Yeah, but Jamie Lee Curtis did not deserve her Oscar in my opinion. She was good, but she wasn't amazing.
Career Oscar.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man.
it kind of was.
Austin, that's why you saved your freaking tiebreaker for this. Because
I didn't know I was gonna save it.
Okay.
For what?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
remember what the hell. I made this bracket like a week ago. I don't remember what the hell was in here.
Well, yeah, because I haven't seen First Reformed. It didn't look like a movie that was just jumping out to me to go like run out and see. But I mean, I really like Ethan Hawke, and I mean, I'll go see it at some point. But yeah, Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's my number 1 movie of 2022. I think that it deserves the Best Picture win and all those other Oscars that they got for all the best actress and actor and all that stuff. And yeah, like it was really, really cool. Like I remember that I had a really fun experience going to see it with my mom. My parents are divorced, and I don't get to see my mom all that much. And so we went and saw it on a whim and at a little art house theater that is in Boise, which is one of the bigger towns, but near where I live. I kind of live in a small town, but and yeah, like we had a lot of fun. We were laughing a lot. Like there's a lot of like like really cool themes, just like between Michelle Yeoh and the daughter Stephanie Sue, just saying like of all the places she could be, like she wants to be here with her daughter when she can like literally be anywhere. That's the whole theme of the movie. And she wants to just be in this laundromat, just like struggling to pay taxes with her husband and her daughter and the cranky father, all that stuff. Like, so yeah, like it's just really powerful and like really cool and like really funny. Like they do some sci-fi stuff. I mean, it's just really unique and imaginative. So I got to go with Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Okay,
so
tie and first and foremost.
Yep, that's
what
I figured.
Everything Everywhere just wanted to
might be some.
That's fine. That's fine.
There might be some spite votes coming up. We'll see.
That's fine. Everything Everywhere won a tournament already, so it's fine. Vox Lux versus Ammonite. I don't know what either one of these are. JPO maybe.
I know what one is.
Am I up? Am I up first?
JPO is up first. Dan went first last time.
Yeah.
Vox Lux is pretty good. Natalie Portman has kind of a tragic past, and she's kind of a singer. There's a little bit more to it than that if someone wants to explain better. Ammonite is it Saoirse Ronan again? Yeah, it's Saoirse Ronan and Kate Winslet are lesbians when it's not cool to be lesbians. That's all I remember. I haven't seen it, so I did see Vox Lux. Again, there's some harrowing shots in that movie here. It kind of drags a little bit of parts, but never too much. And Portman's really good in it. Jude Law's pretty good too. So Vox Lux.
Yeah. Ross, what do you think?
Vox Lux sounds more interesting, and then I remember reading reviews about that Emma. It's supposed to be an Oscar contender, but then everyone said how boring it was. So,
yeah, and Wolf is fixing some things, so we'll go to Austin.
Vox Lux sounds more interesting. So I don't have much to say. I don't know what either one of these really are. So,
yeah. Well, never heard of Ammonite, so yeah, I don't know what that one is. But I know Vox Lux. I watched like parts of it, but just like life got in the way. I wasn't able to finish it, and then I want to go back to it. But yeah, I watched it because Christian Harloff on in his channel, he was pretty high on it. So yeah, and it looks like a pretty interesting and unique time.
Oh, that's right, Jordan. Ammonite, the first part of the plot summary says in 1840s England. All right, yeah, I'm out already.
Yeah, you're already out. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
In 1840s,
me too, probably.
Yeah. I'm not fucking done. Anything that says like 1800s England, I'm done. So,
yeah. So I'm gonna go with Vox Lux, and also like the like sets and the costumes and all that look pretty cool. So yeah, Vox Lux.
Yeah, Ammonite is kind of like the little stepsister of A Portrait of a Lady on Fire in a way, and it's kind of it is like not as good as Portrait of a Lady on Fire. Now, Vox Lux is interesting. They were really pushing Natalie Portman for Academy Award for Best Actress for this. She's a singer, and all this stuff. Of these two, it's kind of like flip a coin for me. I'm not the biggest fan of either one of them, but the panel's going with Vox Lux. We'll put that through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I did forget. But Ammonite is the one that has the Kate Winslet, Saoirse Ronan lesbian sex scene. That's pretty good. I've seen that.
I said they're lesbians when it's not cool.
I know, but now that I remember, I've seen that scene on Pornhub, so now I remember.
Wow, that's really disturbing. I've seen that scene too. But...
Yeah.
Oh, it's always cool to be a lesbian. Come on.
Sure. I just don't want to watch the movie though. I'll just watch that scene.
Even back then, in 1840s England or whatever.
Got Assassination Nation. Ingrid Goes West. Ross.
I'm gonna go with Ingrid Goes West. But Assassination Nation does sound good. But Ingrid Goes West. I think that's Aubrey Plaza, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm a big fan of Aubrey Plaza. Especially the new season of The White Lotus. So yeah, I'm gonna go with Assassination. I mean, Ingrid Goes West. Ingrid Goes West.
Yeah, and we'll go to Wolf since he's here. Yeah. We have Ingrid Goes West versus Assassination Nation.
So I watched Assassination Nation for the first time for this train because I own a Dollar Tree Blu-ray I picked up.
Nice.
Man, I gotta start going to the Dollar Tree more.
Yeah, you get some really good stuff. Like
you can get your own copy of Movie 43.
No, and then they have like Selma there, and then like Florence Foster Jenkins and stuff. Yeah,
they've got some really good, really good films there. And this was one of the films that I picked up there, and I actually enjoyed it more than I thought I was going to. It was actually kind of fun, and it felt like Neon's answer to like The Purge, kind of. This is kind of a really fun movie. And then Ingrid Goes West, though, to me, it was just fantastic. I thought, the performances between Aubrey Plaza and why am I blanking out on Elizabeth Olsen? I almost said Elizabeth Holmes.
Yeah,
both Elizabeths. That's fine. But they're both great. So yeah, Ingrid Goes West for me.
Yeah, Austin.
Yeah, I haven't seen Assassination Nation yet, but I'll get around to it pretty soon. But I haven't seen Ingrid Goes West. And yeah, I really like what Aubrey Plaza has been doing the last couple of years. You haven't seen Emily the Criminal, by the way. Check that out. It's a really great movie.
Yeah,
I do want to.
Yeah, I can definitely recommend that one as well. But yeah, she's been doing great stuff lately. So I'll go Ingrid Goes West.
Yeah, I'm a huge Aubrey Plaza fan. She's got to be like in my top like 3 actresses working today. Like she's great, and I watched on this movie Life After Beth for the first time, where she's like playing a crazy zombie. That was cool. And then I really want to see the White Lotus. I haven't watched that yet, so it's on my must watch list.
Because like she's on season 2, but she's on season 2.
Yeah, but for the whole show overall, really good. So
I don't know if you'd like the movie, Jordan, but you would love Aubrey Plaza in the movie Black Bear.
Oh yeah. I'd be down for that too. Yeah, like anything she's in. Yeah, and then like putting her with O'Shea Jackson Jr. I think that's a pretty unique and fun pairing, that dynamic. Then you throw in Wyatt Russell as like the boyfriend to Elizabeth Olsen, or maybe a husband. I'm not sure, but and then just her obsession, and like first they become friends, and she like kind of cons her way into being friends, and then she they find out like what she's really up to, and like shut that down quick, and like it's just like pretty cool and fun. So yeah, I'll go with Ingrid Goes West. I haven't seen Assassination Nation though, so yeah. Dan?
Yeah, I'll go with Ingrid Goes West as well.
Yeah. JPO.
I wasn't ready for Dan to be so quick. What the hell? I've seen Assassination Nation. It's pretty cool. It's got a cool style, and like it gets kind of bonkers towards the end. But yeah, absolutely gonna go for Ingrid Goes West though. I love that movie. I think I've revisited pretty much about every year since Plaza's so good as just kind of a loner who just wants to fit in and manipulates these guys into getting in there. There's fun chemistry with Ice Cube Jr., as you said. It's a really great tale. And yeah, just in general, man. I was gonna also mention Emily the Criminal. Plaza's doing some great stuff, man. So Ingrid Goes West.
Yeah.
All right. Almost there. We got American Honey and Memories of Murder. I don't know what either one of these are. So luckily, Wolf's going first.
Okay.
So American Honey is sort of like a road trip.
Is it a sequel to that Honey movie with Jessica Alba in 2002?
Honey, you got American Honey, followed by European Honey.
It's
just as much dancing though. There's a lot of dancing in this movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's better than that though. But no. American Honey is like sort of like one of those like on the road kind of movies with Shia LaBeouf and I think Riley Keough is in there, and I forget the main actress name. She's in like a bunch of stuff. I'm blanking out her name though.
Sasha Lane.
Lane.
They discovered her for that movie.
Yeah, they did. And this is a film that I watched a few years ago because my friend had it as like his second favorite A24 film. I was like, really, American Honey? And I watched it, and yeah, it actually it's really, really good. It's like these friends are like on this road trip together, and it's actually they discovered things about themselves along the way and everything, and it is so good. And then Memories of Murder is from Bong Joon-ho, who you guys know from Parasite, and this is to me like Parasite is already a masterpiece, but like this is to me his masterpiece. Like this is like Memories of Murder is the best movie of Bong Joon-ho's career. It's one of those like dark noir almost style, like detective kind of movies, but like done in a Korean format because it's a Korean film from Bong Joon-ho, and it has this style over it, and it's actually really good. And what's interesting is, so this movie is actually like older. I think this movie came out in like 2008. I want to say, I forget what it is. Three. Yeah. So this movie's actually older. But what happened was, I think it was distributed by someone else, but Neon just bought the rights to the film, and they were able to like distribute it in theaters because of that. They were able to buy the rights. They were able to distribute it in theaters or something like that. There's this whole story there with that you can look up, but so it does technically count as a Neon movie. So it still works for this bracket. And for me, I love both of these so much, but I might have to lean just a hair towards Memories of Murder because that's in like my top 128. So
yeah. Austin.
Memories of Murder because it's Bong Joon-ho, so it sounds more interesting. I'll go with that.
Yeah, you had me at Bong Joon-ho, and then also you got the main dad from Parasite, Kang Ho Song, in there. So
yeah, he's the one who's also in Broker.
Yeah, like all these Korean actors have like 3-part names: Kang Ho Song, Boon Jung Ho. So yeah, like I'm down for it. That's cool. Yeah, Memories of a Murder.
Yeah, American Honey is really good. That kind of came on the scene that year at, I think, Sundance or one of the film festivals, and people were like blown away by Sacha Lane. Of course, Shia LaBeouf was having one of those kind of weird Shia thing going on around that time, but he was in a couple movies that were going to pop up that year. But I'm glad Wolfman explained this because I was about to say this movie is not Neon, but or A24. But once you explained it, Wolfman, now I understand why it's Neon. But yeah, Memories of Murder is an absolute masterpiece of a film. If you think Parasite is great, you need to watch Memories of Murder. It's got a Criterion, so you can buy it. You just missed the flash sale on Criterion.com, but you can wait till July and get the 50% at Barnes & Noble. I highly recommend getting Memories of Murder. It's a great film. So I'm going with Memories of Murder.
Yeah. JPO.
I'll show some love to American Honey. It is also the only one I've seen. But yeah, it's an interesting flick here. Lane and LaBeouf kind of as the core is the best part about this. So yeah, I think it's one that's actually we're checking out here. So I'm gonna go American Honey.
Yeah. Ross?
Memories of a Murder sounds more interesting to me only because American Honey is like 2 hours and 45 minutes. So yeah.
It does drag. I remember there's like multiple scenes where like in the car they're all like rapping the songs and they let them do like the entire song. And I'm like, cut this fucking down.
We'll just fast forward those parts.
We'll be really
you can tell they were like, hey, improv, and we're also not going to cut any of it.
Yeah.
Okay, finally done with the 64. Now it's super fast, ultra fast, overdrive, 5 seconds or less.
Just say the name of the movie.
Not even 10 seconds. I'm giving you guys 5 because we're gonna.
Hey, real quick,
30 minutes.
Okay,
Pez. Yes.
Can everybody come back tomorrow night?
No.
I mean, can we not come back tomorrow night?
No, I can't because I'm going to be on a show tomorrow night.
I've got 2
shows.
All right,
never mind. I was just wondering.
No, so I mean, but this is a speed run anyways. This is what we do. So I mean,
we'll make it quick. We'll fly through it.
We fly through. So I'm up first. I-Tonya, or versus Revenge. I-Tonya for me. Jordan.
Never seen Revenge. I-Tonya. Dan.
I love Revenge, but I have to go with I-Tonya.
Yeah. JPO.
I-Tonya.
And Ross is already ready for bed. He's in bed. But Ross.
Yeah, I have to shoot tomorrow.
Yeah.
I-Tonya.
Yeah.
I'm wide awake.
No, it's all good. Wolf.
I would have gone Revenge.
Okay.
I-Tonya.
All right. Good Time Minari. Jordan.
Oh, I haven't seen Minari yet, but it's high on my list. So Good Time. Dan?
Oh man, this is a tough one. God, I love Good Time. Oh my God, I'm gonna go with Minari.
Yeah.
As the lead character of the movie would say, Dynamite. Good Time.
Yeah, from the TV show.
Sorry, wrong one, but still Good Time.
Ross.
Does Good Time have a scene with the little kid peeing into a
the extended edition does?
Yep, and then Minari has that scene where the kid like pees into a Gatorade thing and makes his grandma drink it. So Minari.
Oh, weird. Wolf.
Because we already have another Safdie brothers film going through. Minari.
But don't we want Safdie versus Safdie? Austin.
Good Time. Ty to Jordan.
Ooh, it'll be a good time. Let's have a good time tonight, guys.
All right. Good time. We got Hereditary and Parasite.
Oh, F me on this matchup. This is the hardest one.
So neither one of these are going to make even close. So have fun with this, guys. Dan.
Jeez.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with. God, I love Hereditary. I'm gonna go with Parasite.
Yeah.
Okay.
JPO.
Parasite.
Yeah. Ross.
Parasite.
Wolf.
Hereditary.
Austin.
Hereditary.
I will go Parasite.
All right. Parasite. 42.
Yeah.
Waves. The Green Knight. JPO.
Oh, sorry. Waves.
Yeah. Ross.
Waves.
Wolf. Oh, you just left at the wrong time. Austin.
He's gone. Okay. Green Knight.
Right when I said his name, he left. I'll go with Waves.
Okay.
Dan.
I will also go with Waves.
Okay. So
Jordan is free on Tubi.
4 votes anyway, so we'll go with that.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Tubi's awesome. I'll have to go check it out.
All right. Got Disaster Artist and Broker. Ross.
Disaster Artist.
Okay.
Austin.
I don't know if Wolf's there, but I'll just go ahead and go for Disaster Artist.
Was Broker? That's the one with what's his name from Walking Dead, right?
No. Broker's
the Korean movie you haven't seen.
Oh, it's Bong Joon-ho though.
No, Song Kang-ho.
No.
Oh, it's the guy from Parasite. That's what it is.
Yeah,
okay.
Song Kang-ho.
But okay, well, the names sound too similar, but I'm gonna go with the Disaster Artist.
Okay, Dan.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with the Disaster Artist here.
Yeah. JPU.
Disaster Artist.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Disaster Artist. And we'll go to X and Pearl.
Oh, fuck.
God.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
So it's going to happen. Wolfman's not here for this, and he's the horror guy. That's a damn shame. So he's going to have to live with whatever happens. So I'll go first. I'll say Pearl.
And I'm actually going to go X.
I'm going to go with Pearl. Very slightly.
Yeah.
JPO.
I almost think X is a better movie, but I think Pearl is more memorable based on that performance. Pearl.
Yeah. I'm the exact same thought. Yeah.
Ross.
Pearl.
Okay. So Pearl's going to take down X out of the showdown.
Matter of time before you're a Pearl.
All right. Ex Machina and the Lighthouse. I'm up first. I'm going to go Ex Machina.
Yeah, I'm going to go Ex Machina.
I'm going with Ex Machina.
Yeah. JPO?
Yeah, Ex Machina.
And
Ross?
Ex Machina.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet for Ex Machina. All right. Go to Infinity Pool and the Farewell. Jordan?
Infinity Pool and the Farewell. Yeah.
Okay.
Dan?
The Farewell.
All right. JPO.
Farewell.
Ross.
Farewell.
All right. And I would go Infinity Pool, but the Farewell is moving on.
I think this is about the time that the Wolfman's phone usually dies, because this usually happens. He just cut out.
Switched to his laptop or something, so that might be what he's doing right now. So
he needs to just have it plugged in while he's doing it. But.
Yeah. All right. Got the Whale versus Titan or Titan, however you want to say it. Dan?
The Whale.
Okay.
JPU.
What? The whale?
The whale.
Yeah.
All right. Ross.
Ross.
Whale.
Whale. I'm also going to go the whale.
And yeah, I'll go the whale. I wasn't over the moon about anything but his Brendan Fraser's performance in it. So yeah.
All right, Midsommar and mid-90s and Midsommar. JP.
Yeah, mid.
Mid-90s. Mid-90s.
Mid-90s. Okay.
It's the mid match.
Ross.
Not mismatch. Mid.
Mid-90s.
I'll go Midsommar.
Yeah, mid. Samar.
Okay.
It's Samar.
Midsommar. Okay, Midsommar just barely takes it on that one. Split vote. All right. Three Identical Strangers and Triangle of Sadness. So another three thing, a three-way triangle, three identical.
Yeah.
Okay.
Three.
Somewhere there too. Ross.
Three Identical Strangers.
Okay.
A three thing, and neither one is a third in the series.
Yeah. I'm also going to go with one of my favorite documentaries, Three Identical Strangers.
Yeah, I'll also go Three Identical Strangers.
Dan?
Same here. Three Identical Strangers.
Yeah.
All right, GPO.
Agreed. Three Identical Strangers.
Oh, yeah, too.
Yeah.
If you guys want to watch Triangle of Sadness, it's actually free on Hulu right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Cool.
I got Florida Project and Worst Person in the World. So we will go to me. I will take Florida Project.
And I will also go with the Florida Project. Dan?
I'm going to go with Worst Person in the World.
All right, JPO.
Yeah.
Florida Project.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Ross.
The Florida Project.
Okay. Florida Project.
At least now we don't have any ties. We can just like fly.
Not any ties for the moment.
Yeah.
Uncut Gems and Colossal. We will go to Jordan.
I'm gonna go for a colossal uncut gem. Let's go with uncut gems.
Okay.
I'll go with Uncut Gems.
Yeah. A GPO?
Uncut Gems.
Yeah. Ross?
Uncut Gems.
Yeah, Joms. Yeah.
Yeah, the movie that gives me PTSD and anxiety, Uncut Gems. Let's go. All right.
Yeah.
Spencer and Lady Bird. Dan.
I'm going to go with Lady Bird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. GPO.
GPO.
Lady Bird.
Lady Bird. Okay.
Yeah.
Ross.
Spencer.
Yeah.
I'll go Spencer.
Austin?
Yeah.
I'll go with Bird. Pretty Bird. Lady Bird.
Lady Bird. Okay. Lady Bird. And the last one over here, I believe we have First Reformed. Oh, no, not yet. First Reformed and Vox Lux. JPO.
Yeah.
First Reformed.
Okay.
Ross.
First Reformed, only because of the screenwriter. He wrote two of the greatest scripts of all time.
Yeah. Austin?
First Reformed. Let's go Ethan Hawke. Jordan.
Yeah, I'll go First Reformed. Yeah.
First Reformed.
Yeah.
Reformed. Excellent. All right. So that one's moving through. We got Ingrid Goes West and Memories of Murder. Ross.
Ooh, Ingrid Goes West by a hair.
Yeah. Austin?
I'm going to go Ingrid Goes West just because I've seen it, but I'm interested in it. But I put Memories of Murder, the Criterion, on my wish list on Amazon. So, yeah.
For some reason that title makes me laugh. It was called Ingrid Goes West by a hair, but I'll go with Ingrid Goes West.
Even though it's got into the bracket by technicality, I'm going to go with Memories of Murder.
Sure.
Yeah. GPO.
Ingrid Goes West.
Ingrid Goes West. Okay. Ingrid moves on. All right. And so
there we go.
That's 32. That's our 16. The next winners will be in the Elite 8 poll. So vote accordingly. This could get interesting and very hard.
Yeah, if you go over to the Schmodown Friends and Family group that we run, you can let your voice be heard and vote on our Elite 8. So.
All right. So the first one to determine the Elite 8 spots will be I, Tanya, and tough. Good Time. Yeah, we never said they were going to be easy once we got into the inner bracket. So I have to go first. Just by a little bit, I'm going to go I, Tanya. Jordan?
Man, this one is tough. Because I'm more recent to Good Time. Sorry, I can't decide. I guess I, Tanya. I don't feel confident about it, but Dan?
I'm going to go with I, Tanya.
Yeah.
Okay.
JPO?
Yeah, this is a tough one, but I'm leaning towards I, Tanya.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Ross?
Ross?
I, Tanya.
So tough match, but ends up being a clean sweep. So
and then like I remember though too, I remember like when Chris was bashing I, Tonya, and we convinced him to watch it.
Yeah. We've done that a few times. It's nice.
All right. Next one for the Elite Eight, Parasite and Waves. It'd be Jordan.
I gotta go with Parasite.
Okay.
Dan?
Parasite.
Yeah. GPO.
Parasite.
Ross.
Parasite.
Yeah, and
Austin.
Parasite. So Parasite will make the poll, and then just give me 2 seconds while I write these down so I know what's in the poll. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Going down to Disaster Artist and Pearl. This could be a tough one too. Start with Dan.
I'm gonna go with the Disaster Artist.
Okay. GPO.
I did not hit. I did not. Disaster Artist.
Yeah. Ross.
Disaster Artist.
Yeah, it pains me to dunk on Pearl this time, but I'm gonna go Disaster Artist. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Mark. I gotta go with the Disaster Artist.
Yeah. All right, Disaster Artist makes the poll. Again, 1 second while I write that down. And okay, we'll scroll down as we go to Ex Machina and the Farewell for our final one on this side.
Frick.
Yeah, JPO.
Ex Machina.
Ex Machina. Ross.
The Farewell.
Okay, I'm gonna go Ex Machina.
You know what? I think I'm just gonna go with the Farewell. That movie hit me pretty hard. So yeah.
It's up to Dan.
I'm gonna go with Ex Machina.
Ooh, just by a hair. Ex Machina makes it into the poll. Okay. Yeah, one of the early A24s. So, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, got that. All right, let's head to the other side, see what else makes the poll on this side. I don't think they're going to get any easier as we go to The Whale and Midsommar.
Nope, they're not getting easier.
All right, Ross.
The Whale.
Austin.
Wow. Yeah, really, really tough. Just because we've seen Midsommar a lot lately, I'm going to go The Whale.
Yeah, I think Midsommar just hit me more. I'm going to go with Midsommar.
Yeah, that's right.
Dan?
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as Jordan. I love The Whale and I love Brendan Fraser, but I got to go with Midsommar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Comes down to JPO.
Just overall, yeah.
Will moves on.
Whale. Okay, Whale maybe with the upset.
The Whale.
All right, The Whale. Let me write that down. The
Whale swims on to the next
one.
Hey, Jordan, did that line, The Whale, though, make you laugh, though? You know, like when she says, you're from Iowa and you went on missionary work to Idaho.
Oh, yeah. You want a mission to do a mission work in Idaho? Like, yes, that's my home state right there. Yeah.
All right. Got the little movie that could, Three Identical Strangers and Florida Project. I'm going first. I'm easily going to go with Three Identical Strangers on here. I'm really passionate about that movie.
Yeah, let's go Three Identical Strangers, but that's closer for me. But
I'll go with Three Identical Strangers.
Okay.
Yeah.
JPO.
Yeah, absolutely. Three Identical Strangers.
I bet you're glad I told you to watch it, right, JPO, a little while ago?
Yeah, we're down for this too. Yeah,
right.
It was cool.
Yeah, Ross.
Okay, Three Identical Strangers. Three Identical Strangers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right. It makes the poll. Nice. I love that movie. That's great. Okay. Three Identical Strangers. Okay.
I get that one, and then like Andy movie confused me because the Andy movie is called like Three Idiots.
Oh, yeah.
All right, got Uncut Gems and Lady Bird. Jordan.
Let's go Uncut Gems. Joms.
Uncut Gems. Uncut Gems.
Okay.
Damn, this might be one of the hardest ones for me, but Uncut Gems, Sandler, baby.
Yeah. Ross.
Uncut Gems.
All right. And I also got Uncut Gems.
Awesome.
So Kevin Garnett makes the poll.
Yeah, Kevin Garnett.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, let's go.
Right.
Yep.
Him and his opal or whatever he thinks gives him magical powers.
Yeah.
All right.
We won a championship, so.
This one over here, First Reformed, and Ingrid Goes West. Dan?
First Reformed.
First Reformed. Yeah. Okay, JPO.
Ingrid.
Ingrid. Ross.
Ingrid Goes West.
Ingrid for Aubrey. Yeah.
Yeah, Ingrid Goes West.
All right. Ingrid Goes West will be the last one in the poll. And now we're getting close to figuring out our actual winner and who's going to take the A24 Neon
let's see.
overall. So we're getting down
Best
our
of
final
the best.
four here.
We'll see.
So our first one over here, I think another tough one. It's going to be, I believe, I, Tonya and Parasite over here for the final four. JPO.
Parasite.
Yeah.
Ross.
I'm gonna go with Parasite by a hair. I love both though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the one I watched more, which is I, Tonya.
Yeah, I think this time I got to go with Parasite. Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Parasite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Parasite into the final four.
I think they're both in my 128, but Parasite's way higher.
Yeah. And Disaster Artist and Ex Machina, another tough one. Ross.
I'm gonna go with the Disaster Artist.
Yeah. Austin?
This one's really, this might be my toughest one of the night so far. I love these about equally. I'm gonna go Ex Machina.
Ooh. Yeah. It's kind of tough, but let's go Ex Machina.
Ex Machina.
Yeah. Yeah.
Machina and JPO.
Ex Machina.
Okay, Ex Machina into the final four. All right. On the other side, we have The Whale and Three Identical Strangers. I'm going to go with Three Identical Strangers.
I will also go with Three Identical Strangers. Dan?
Three Identical Strangers.
Yeah. Wow. JPO?
I'll trust him to The Whale.
Yeah. Ross?
I'm going to go with The Whale.
The Whale. Ooh, a close one, but Three Identical Strangers hanging in there. I like it.
Yeah, we got a documentary in the final four.
Yeah, that documentary is great. So
and a foreign film.
Yeah.
Right now.
And a foreign film, yeah.
Yeah. So we have a sci-fi film, a foreign film, we got a documentary, and we're either going to have a Safdie Brothers Adam Sandler kind of drama or Ingrid Goes West sort of dramedy with Aubrey Plaza. So Jordan, you're up first for Ingrid Goes West.
Oh man, this one's tough. Frick. I think right now I'm just more on an Aubrey Plaza high because I'm actually thinking about rewatching all the Parks and Rec. Like for her, among others. So I'm gonna go with Ingrid Goes West.
Okay.
Uncut Gems.
Gems. JPO.
Oh boy. Uncut Gems.
All right.
Ross.
Uncut Gems.
Yeah, I'll go Uncut Gems. So Kevin Garnett makes the final four.
Sure, yeah.
Right.
I'm not mad about it. No.
Okay. So we have our final four here. Yeah, nice little mix of movies here. I like it. So we got to go to the one side, though. Go Parasite versus Ex Machina.
Yeah.
Dan, we're back down to you, man. No.
I'm going to go with Parasite.
Yeah. Okay.
JPO.
I'm going to give it a fighting chance, Ex Machina.
Yeah. Ross?
Parasite.
Austin?
Ex Machina.
I gotta go Parasite.
Oh, close.
I gotta do
it. Parasite into the finals there, into the championship.
Yeah.
JPO will be up first for Three Identical Strangers and Uncut Gems.
Oh no, I want to hear what other people said first on this one because I want to champion the documentary one kind of. Three Identical Strangers.
Ross.
I'm gonna go with Uncut Gems.
Yeah. Austin.
The movie I can and have watched multiple times, unlike Uncut Gems, Three Identical Strangers.
Well, I've seen Uncut Gems multiple times in theaters, so I gotta go with Uncut Gems.
Okay, it's going down to
Dan.
Even though I love Three Identical Strangers, I got to go with Uncut Gems.
That's close.
Ian Buffett has one of my favorite actors too. I love Keith Stanfield in it. He was amazing.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so our finals here for the championship for the A24 Neon, we have Parasite versus Uncut Gems. This is
one of each. One of each.
Oh, is
one
it
Neon,
because I couldn't have told you that, so I'm glad you know that.
Wait, so Uncut Gems is Neon? Is that what it is?
No.
Parasite is Neon. Uncut Gems is A24.
So Parasite was A24.
No. So it literally is A24 versus Neon here. So let's see what happens. All right, let's go to Ross first.
Parasite by a hair.
Yeah. Austin?
Parasite.
Yeah, I gotta go Parasite. Dan?
Parasite.
Parasite.
And the winner.
JPO?
JPO?
Uncut Gems.
Oh,
all right.
You didn't make it a clean sweep, but it's still 4-1.
And your winner. Boom.
Have you ever won a ball tournament before?
That's what I was looking at. I believe it's come close a couple of times, but as far as my list, I don't see it on the list. So it is a first-time winner for Parasite.
And
which
neither
I could have sworn Jordan. I could have sworn Jordan had won one of our Oscar or yearly things, but I guess it came down to the championship and maybe just didn't pull it out. So yeah.
And neither A24 movie that won it all got out of the first round. The only Parasite movie that won it all again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All
So there you go.
There you go. Parasite is your winner for the evening. And yes, a first-time winner here on Tournament Fight. So it is now 1A tournament. So there you go. All right.
Nice.
Sounds good. There we go. So that's it.
Yeah, so for anyone who might be curious, when we get to our 200th episode, we're going to do a big 128 three-part series with the first 128 unique tournament fights winners. So when we get there, so yeah, right now we're only at we
are at right now. Parasite makes number 95 on that master list.
All right,
so
number 95. So when we get to 128. So we gotta like over double.
So if it wins twice, it's out of the running, right?
Well, no, it's still in there. It just only gets in there once, so it just becomes a multi-time winner. So we don't put it in multiple times in the tournament. If it's a 2-time winner, it's just.
What films have won multiple times? I'm just curious.
I can give you that info, actually. Yeah, our two biggest winners so far. Truman Show has won 3 times. And Avengers Infinity War has won 3 times, 3 different tournaments. Our other multi-time winners are the following. They have all won 2 times. That is Jurassic Park, Aliens, The Social Network, They Live, The Mummy with Brendan Fraser. Speaking of Brendan Fraser, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and Wind River have all won twice.
Has Hook ever won a tournament yet? It should.
Hook has not won a tournament.
Not yet. So
not yet, but there's still time. So we'll see.
And then Taxi Driver. Remember how shocked we were? Like when Taxi Driver won the tournament?
Taxi Driver. Taxi Driver's not won a tournament.
No. I meant the King of Comedy.
King of Comedy has won the tournament. Yes.
Yes.
No.
No. Dan, it won the Pacino versus De Niro tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys already did that.
Yeah.
Oh man, I wish I had known about that. I would.
And an underdog, King of Comedy won the whole thing. So
against
how the hell did that happen?
Because it's a great movie.
Yeah,
it is, but it's not better than Raging Bull, Taxi Driver, The Godfathers, Scarface.
Yeah,
it ain't better than
Godfather 1 and 2 both got into the Elite 8, and then I think just people were pulling for the underdog.
It won. It beat Goodfellas for the finals.
Yeah,
we like to throw a little chaos into the mix sometimes.
That is chaos, guys. That is chaos. Right.
But yeah, guys, thanks. This was a fun time. We'll just do some plugs and that'll do it for us tonight. We had a bit of a long one, but we had some pretty passionate people about these A24 and Neon movies, so it's all good. We haven't had that one go this long for a little while, so we're about due for a long one. So yeah, but
I was going to say our previous winners that were in this tournament, Palm Springs, like I said, has won a tournament. Midsommar has won a previous tournament. Good Time has actually won a 2017 tournament, so Good Time was in here. Yeah, and Everything Everywhere All at Once won the 2022 tournament. So those are all ones that were in here that have won previous tournaments. So yeah,
nice. Well, we'll start with Dan. Where can we find you?
You can always find me at my name, Dan Skip Allen, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, Letterboxd, whatever. Also, I'm a film critic in Orlando, Florida. I write for 2 websites, FromTheFourthRow.com, which you see below. It's kind of hard to see, and DisappointmentMedia.com. Also, I'll be on in April. I won't be on this month, March, but I'll be on April's episode of Picture This, which will be the 3rd episode in the Godfather trilogy. We did 72, 74, and we're going to do 1990. So you'll see what my thoughts are if there's any revisionist history regarding the Academy Awards that year.
Not a bad movie.
Yeah. Sounds good. JPO, where can we find you?
Hey there, hello there. Popping up on here from time to time was enjoying my time here on this channel, including on usually Thursdays, the Lonely Marks Wrestling Podcast. Me, Pez, Barber, and Richie. Almost got through without coughing. Talking about pro wrestling, and we were doing some drafts. It's Mania month, so we did tier ranker this past week. That was a lot of fun. Do some more Mania stuff coming up, and then of course my channel, the Pierce Co. We do some movie trivia, we do some countdowns, we have some fun over there in Pierce Wrestling, some wrestling stuff that we have some fun with over there.
Cool. Yeah, GPO has recently become a smoker, so excuse the cough.
Evidently,
that's good enough. but Ross, where can we find you?
Just on Michael's channel, Mega Movies. We're only 20 subscribers away, I think, from 1,000. So
yeah, that's a big deal when you reach 1,000. So yeah, if you haven't subscribed, go subscribe to Mega Movies Z.
We do great content too.
Yeah, but Austin, where can we find you?
Just here, mostly co-hosting all this stuff. Jacob and I will be doing a podcast about movies tomorrow night, talking about the Sean Connery Bond movies. So tune in for that. And other than that, my movie Battleground match with Henry Sanchez, aka Henry Confidential, dropped tonight on TMG Entertainment. So, and I linked to it in front of friends and family groups. You can find it there. Check that out. It's a number 1 contender match, and it's well worth your time. Just watch it.
Yeah. And you can find us all over the socials at Movie Hero 2121 on Twitter and Instagram. You can find me on my personal Instagram quite a bit, actually, Jordan83616, and all of that's down in the description. But and then you can find the poll for the Elite 8 from this episode if you want to go voice your opinion. If you want to scream at us because we missed some movies you think deserve to be there, then you can go do that. And we're in the Showdown Friends and Family group. That'll be up probably, give it about 24 hours or so, and then we'll try to have that poll up there. But we're doing some trivia on the channel. We got a trivia show called The Seen and Heard Trivia that includes clips from movies and includes movie scores and soundtracks. So if you'd like to compete in that, just let me know. It's a lot of fun. I'll be spending the rest of my weekend prepping for an episode coming up Sunday night, which the goal will be to take down our current champion, that is Austin Pez Howell. So he'll be competing, and yeah, it should be a fun time. So we've been on track because it takes a lot of work to grab all these clips and music and everything. So we're shooting for at least 2 matches per month, possibly 3 if I can really get it together. So we'll see. But yeah. And then let's see. We have a Patreon. If you go to patreon.com/movie hero, you'll find some exclusive podcast episodes over there. You'll from time to time we'll throw in like a random tier ranker. And if we ever get a copyright strike on our trivia, then the trivia will live over on the Patreon. I actually need to upload the last 2 episodes over there because I want to have them over there just in case they ever get taken down, because our trivia does have some copyrighted content, but we haven't got any copyright strikes yet, so we're just gonna roll with it until someone calls us out on it. But and speaking of the Patreon, we have this Monday we'll be doing our superhero draft. So we'll be drafting superhero teams. So Austin and JPO are both going to be part of that one. So that'll be fun. We're going to have Moose Haas, a good friend of the show, doing that, building a team of superheroes and villains. So you can watch that on the Patreon. But what we also do is we also we'll show all our Patreon stuff live. You can catch the live episode. You can see it for free, or you can pay just $5 over at moviehero.com. Patreon.com/moviehero is what it is. There's a little link to it. Also, if you look up in the banner above this video, you can see a little icon over in the lower right-hand corner, and it has some links to things like our Venmo. If you ever want to support the channel, also if you donate any amount, like even like $1, then I will send you one of my one sheet movie posters from my time working in the theaters, which those are exclusive to the theaters. You can only get them from the movie theater. So if you donate anything, if you sign up for the Patreon, we even have a GoFundMe because why not? Sure.
Can we pick out which one we want, or are you just gonna send it randomly?
You can pick out which one you want. There's about 60 different posters that I have to choose from. So there's a pretty good amount there. So yeah, you can pick one. I'll send you all the options for it. But just a little preview of what we have coming up for tournament fights and tier ranker fights. We have this upcoming Tuesday. We'll be doing a tier ranker. We'll be continuing our animation series. We'll be doing best animated movies from 1989 and earlier. So we're going to cover all the old school animated stuff on that one. We're also next Friday, it'll be Austin's birthday, so we'll be doing Austin's Mystery Tournament. So he just picked out 64 just random movies. There's not really any topic, anything like anything's possible. So it's just up to him, and we're just gonna vote on some movies that he picked. So that'll be fun. And I'm gonna be doing a similar thing in at the end of April, because my birthday's on April 30th. But I'll be doing it as a tier ranker. I'm gonna have a little pre-show where I go over to my flip chart and I just hit the little matchup randomizer enough times to get about roughly 50 movies in there or so, and then that'll be the picks for the tier ranker. So you can see that it's truly random in that way. And then also a week from tomorrow on Saturday, it'll be April Fool's Day. So we have an April Fool's episode, and I'm not gonna tell you what the topic is. It's just tune in for it. It'll be a really fun and unique thing kind of related to April Fools. So yeah. But then we also have Mr. Malcolm Lay's top 128 championship episode. We're finally getting to his championship of his favorite movies. And then to go along with the movie Air, we're going to be doing a Matt Damon versus Ben Affleck episode. So we have that one coming up. We're going to be getting into some part twos of some 3-part series. We have best movie duos and also best movie teams coming up. So there'll be part 2. And then we also have best animated movies from 2000 to 2009. So we'll be getting into the 2000s for a tier ranker on that one. And then just one last one we'll be doing for when Renfield is released. We're doing a Keanu Reeves versus Nick Cage on the episode. We got some Showdown alumni there. We got Paul Preston, Adam Witt, and Kevin Smets that'll be on that episode. So that'll be a fun one to tune into. So yeah, that's just a little preview of what's coming up. If you hear any episode you'd like to be a part of, just let me know, and we'll see if we can get you on an episode. Some episodes are already full, but not all of them. So we do have a few spots out there. So yeah, but thanks again, guys. That was a ton of fun. I know GPO either had to go or here he is. He's still around. He's still here.
You were sleeping, Jordan.
Dude, I fell asleep and I hit the button.
That's why I was cracking up while you were talking.
Hey, use the mute button.
Well, I just looked up and I'm like Ross is like cracking up, and then where did JPO go? Yeah, but
he's like this. Literally, look.
Yeah, we know what sleeping looks like, Ross. Thank you.
But yeah, that'll do it for us tonight. So thanks again, guys. So for Dan, for JPO, for Ross, for Austin, for the Wolfman, I've been Jordan, the movie hero Anderson, and we will see you next time.